This time, we don't have that.
Hillary.
Hillary. Okay.
Hillary.
And then
About 3 months ago. But she actually did well, and she got
okay.
She's got a initial treatment.
Yeah.
But she's looking good. So.
I've been trying to get in contact with some folks.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, she's a good one. She's a good one. Are we going to be eating late?
Let's get started again, please. Let's get ready to get started.
That's fine.
Yeah, he just emailed me. He wasn't even here. He should have brought his plate.
Yes, everybody is hungry.
Everybody?
Everybody.
Let's see if we can get going so we can hopefully make up a little bit of time. Trustee Watts and Pickett and Academic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. Academic Affairs and Research Subcommittee members are Dr. Pickett, Trustee Gainey, Trustee Hackett, Dr. Jones.
Fancy.
At this time, thank you, Trustee Robinson. At this time, I'll call on Dr. Williams, if you would come forward and start your presentation for today.
Thank you, Trustee Watts. Can we move for adoption of the agenda?
I didn't hear you. What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Adoption of the agenda that's on.
Oh, okay. All right. I entertain a motion at this time for the adoption of the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved in seconds. Ready for the question? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Thank you, Trustee Pickett.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dr. Wentz.
You know, I try to be serious. Always something happens. I was just reprimanded because I don't have enough time. But I want you to know that we were following the directive of one certain person who told us to dress business casual in an email. So please forgive us.
Yes, Mr. President, I gave that directive.
I was making a point. He has on his tie and jacket and the rest of us.
Okay, let's just go ahead and put this out there. He accosted me about my tie. And I told him that I have a higher power called a wife.
Okay.
And that's the only person that can tell me how to dress. Okay. Now, if you'll proceed.
And I clearly understand, sir. Didn't work out for me. It's working for you. We have 7 action items, 3 of which are memorandums of understanding, and 3 are major substantive change initiatives that will require approval by the Alabama Commission on Higher Education, as well as the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. So we will have the representative deans and or faculty members. In one case, our distinguished senior faculty member will be presenting her action item along with Dr. Walker. So the first 3 are in his college. Dr. Lloyd Walker come forward and present those 3, will be followed by our engineering dean, Dr. Z.T. Ding, and then 3 action items will be presented from our College of Education, Dr. Lena Walter.
Good morning.
Morning.
First, I want to present to you the MOU from the University of Rwanda. And it was sent to us, one of our faculty members in our college, Dr. Senwu. He had a contact in University of Rwanda. And they sent us this MOU, and they would like us to partner with them on several issues. The MOU is more like an umbrella type MOU. There are no specifics to it. It is designed to establish a framework for coordination and cooperation between University of Rwanda and AAMU in areas of mutual interest. As I said, it is open-ended, no specifics. The University of Rwanda is a very young institution. It was established in September 2013, and they are looking to grow and expand their offerings and contributions and make these contributions in the area of the academic enterprise. They want to do so through faculty and student exchanges, collaboration, research, training, and outreach, curriculum reviewing and program development in critical agricultural disciplines. There is no financial obligation on anybody's part, and as I indicated, it is an open-ended MOU. This MOU was actually vetted by their board of trustees and signed by one of their senior administrators. And we are hoping that our board of trustees will approve of this MOU, and eventually it will be signed by our president.
Is it Dr. Walker?
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Walker, I am just returning from Rwanda. I wish I had known about this initiative because I was a guest of the National Basketball Association and the First Lady of Rwanda. And this is some of the things that she was discussing on future partnerships. So I am glad to know that we are taking an initiative to look into this. And I think this is a great opportunity, especially when you hear about the horrific story of such genocide that has happened in that country and the sounds of resiliency of its youth. This is something that is much needed on this country and one of the most beautiful countries that I've ever traveled to. And it marked my 38th country visited in Africa. So I'm excited to look over this and would like to talk to you about this offline, and we'll definitely support this initiative.
Sure thing. I must congratulate you on your experience, and I'm hoping that at some point in time, when this memorandum of understanding becomes very active and the cooperations get started, that somewhere along the line we'll be taking a delegation to the University of Rwanda, so that.
And I just want to note, Dr. Guinea, it's one of the cleanest, safest, and its health concern around its COVID is one of the best in the country, and it is far out, it exceeds what we're doing here in the United States. So very impressed with the president and the youth and the energy around that country that people are now starting to pour in resources into. And education is definitely one of the things. It is energizing entrepreneurship in its youth and empowering women in its country with top women leaderships in its ministry. So I'm very excited that we are looking into this. And the delegation.
Dr. Walker, do we need any sign off from the State Department or any national security agencies that need to be aware of this memorandum of understanding, cooperation, collaboration, et cetera?
I really doubt that. I don't think so. Based on what I'm looking at here, what we need here is a presidential signature, and it should be fine. And maybe later on when we get to some specifics, maybe that will.
This time, no, sir. This is not one of the countries that's on the watch list.
So that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough.
entertain the motion.
I obtain a motion to approve this MOU with Rwanda.
Second. Motion properly second, ready for the question? All in favor,
Aye.
all those opposed, same sign.
We thank you. This is one of our initial efforts to strengthen our relationship with countries in sub-Saharan Africa as well as the Caribbean. I'd like to thank Dr. Walker and Dr. Zachary Assembly for their efforts in leading.
Thank you, Dr. Wentz. Our second MOU is with the University of Minnesota. This has to do with early admission of our students into veterinary school there.
The University of Alabama is coming out.
Okay.
She's gonna say.
Go
what
ahead,
she
go ahead.
is.
Okay, good afternoon. Because of our longstanding relationship with UAB and the success of our students over the years, the university has been invited to enter into a partnership agreement with the University of Alabama, Birmingham School of Medicine through a formal memorandum of understanding, an MOU, for the early assurance program for our students. The MOU will provide an opportunity for A&M rising sophomores who are interested and committed to attending medical school to secure a position in the program with the assurance of admission to UAB School of Medicine, as long as they fulfill the admissions requirement outlined in the MOU. I have placed before you a copy of the track card. On that card, you will see a picture of one of our former students, Dr. Danielle Powell. She's A&M graduate, and she is now a faculty member at UAB School of Medicine. If you look at this card, it outlines the qualifications to some extent and the eligibility of the students. They are required to be completing a sophomore year. Rising sophomores will apply. A 3.5 above minimum grade undergraduate GPA in the sciences. And a preference will be given to them and to all Alabama residents. The idea is to try to retain Alabamians into the state and to train them into medicine. That will certainly take care of the problem, the deficit we have in rural medicine in the state of Alabama. So we really feel that this is a very strong program, a good program for us. It will enhance what we are already doing, and it will help our students have another pathway to medicine. So I've mentioned that we have pictured here over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had 5 students to complete the medical program there. And we have one who has just been admitted to the program. So right now we're trying to get as many of our students, rising sophomores, to apply for this program. There's no limit on the number of students who can apply. So I've shared with you the track card. You know students who are interested. We're going to share the track cards here with everybody who's present. Please share that with them, and we encourage you to encourage them to apply. And this agreement that we have has been signed by the Board of Trustees of the University of Alabama, and it will be in effect until we come. And I hope that you approve this MOU. Thank you.
I have a question, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones,
Okay.
is this open to students that may have graduated and have been
No,
doing
it's for
other
rising, the early
rising?
assurance program. So we catch them early. I have a class, I teach about 100 students. It's intro to health careers. I brought them in to talk to those students. So those students will know early on what they need to do if they're serious about medical school. You have to have a 3.5, and if they flounder around the freshman year, mess up, it's gonna be difficult to have a 3.5. So once those students are admitted into the early assurance, they have to maintain a 3.5 and commit to UAB. Because what we're saying is that if you do that and you keep everything straight, you will be admitted.
Mhm.
That's big.
Yes.
That's a biggie. And so we want to make sure we get the word out. We have a similar program we're going to talk about. So that's it.
So is that something UAB is going to also market and put out there as well? Part of their marketing piece?
This track card is
That's
being
theirs.
distributed.
Okay.
Being distributed.
Oh, it is. Okay.
UAB is sending it out. We have shared it with our PR, Public Relations Office, to assist in sending it out. We created a website. We're in the process of doing that for all our profession pathway programs that we have to assist our students. So we're trying to put that out, roll it out in the fall to fit all of the programs that you have.
Dr. Jones, I have had many conversations with you about moving in this direction of power with.
Yes, sir. We push.
Congratulations.
Push.
Push the button.
Congratulations. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big opportunity.
It's a huge deal.
We also have a relationship, I think, with the Harry, I believe.
Harry, with Auburn. I think we listed them all. in
Yeah,
the program.
they'll be coming up.
With Howard, with Meharry, with Xavier, numbers.
Dr. Jones chairs our Health Profession Advisory Committee, and she'll be presenting that later. In all of those relationships. Can we get a motion for approval?
Absolutely. The chair entertain a motion for approval at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move that.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
There's a second. So all of those in favor? Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed, same sign. Thank you, Dr. Pickett.
You're welcome.
Our next request is of a similar nature and articulation agreement between us and the University of Minnesota College of Vet Medicine. The regents at the university have already approved it on their end, and we're asking for your approval. Dr. Walker?
Thank you again, Dr. Swins. Yes, this MOU is in Alabama A&M University and the University of Minnesota. This has to do with early admission for students, particularly those in our animal biohealth science program. We have been making concerted efforts to get these students in vet school. Last year, I think we got 6 of them in. The year before, I think we got 6 into. So we're trying to expand the landscape, give them more opportunities to get into veterinary school. And as I said, this is early admissions. It's not early entry, it's early admission. The student, according to powers that be at University of Minnesota, they have examined the student body in their veterinary school and realized that they do not have enough, they cannot demonstrate the level of diversity that they really want to. So they're reaching out to schools such as ours, try to get our students to register early, to apply early. They have developed what is called a veterinary leadership through early admissions for diversity. They call it Vet Lead program. And AAMU is recognized as a partner university. To be eligible, students must enroll at Alabama A&M University in the College of Agricultural Life and Natural Sciences. They have to show some experience when it comes to working in a veterinary clinic, through 4-H or FFA. And the application will be in spring. Students must have done at least 2 semesters at Alabama A&M University and must have at least 2 semesters left at the time of So it's a spring application for a fall, hopefully, fall. The GPA will be from 4.5 and up. There is a consideration for scholarships for students. They asked that,
3.4.
well, all the students are going to be out of state if they're not from university, if they're not from Minnesota. And so we asked for some consideration for students that are out of state, and they have agreed that up to 5 students can be given scholarships. The scholarship won't be a full ride. There won't be in-state students, but they'll be given the scholarship to compensate for the difference between in-state and out-of-state tuition. And so we're very excited about this because we have been really making the effort to try to see if we can increase the number of students that are getting into veterinary schools. We have other MOUs and we have other partner universities that will. Thank you.
Dr. Walker, for the record, you meant the GPA was 3.4?
3.4 are better.
Okay. You've heard the recommendation. Chair, entertain a motion at this time for approval.
Second.
I move that we approve the University of Alabama to
Minnesota with
Minnesota.
veterinary.
Veterinary medicine.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it's been seconded by Dr. Pickett. Hold on.
Yes.
Yes.
Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion approved.
For your information, veterinary medicine is considered perhaps to be the most segregated or the most integrated of the major medical professions, and there is a tremendous push by the majority of schools to increase their minority participation. And one of the things that some of them are willing to do is provide the funding. And I advise a large number of students, different number of students, as to what school they will attend. Most of the schools are equal in their offering, except if you're going to go to a majority school, make them pay for it. Have them provide, and they have the money to do it. So Dr. Walker, you advise these students, have them demand that the university provide the resources. They do have the resources to do it. I know.
Okay, thank you, trustees. We'll now move to our curriculum matters, first with the request to add a new concentration in computer science. Dr. Ben.
Williams, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I bring greetings from the faculties, staff, students from the College of Engineering, Technology, and Physical Science to you this afternoon. I'm so happy that we can do this meeting in person. We are requesting the Board of Trustees to review and approve of adding artificial intelligence concentration to the BS degree program in computer science. As you know, artificial intelligence jobs are the job of the future, According to the World Economic Forum predictions, in the next 10 years, there will be a net increase of 58 million jobs related to AI. According to US Department of Labor predictions, there's about 16% increase on AI specialists in the next 8 years. So we are here to provide opportunity to our students, and we already started cybersecurity concentration in computer science programs. Now we would like to add artificial intelligence concentration to the program. This is a prelude to the artificial intelligence and cybersecurity BS degree program in the future. And we are ready. The 7 courses we put it in on this concentration covers all the fundamentals for coding, machine learning, and digital processing required by artificial intelligence here.
I would
You've
just
heard
say that is to agree with Dean Ding about the artificial intelligence. Those are really, really important as automation is starting to make a rampant increase, in the United States. So I would definitely agree on the sentiments of Dean Ding. So that's a very good step to help our students for a more technologically diverse workforce.
Okay. No more comments. Chair entertain a motion at this time.
I motion that we add the new concentration in artificial intelligence onto the computer science program.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion and properly second. You ready for the question? All those in favor, sign of aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now have 3 substantive changes that will require approval by the commission as well as SAC-COC, and I'll be presented by Dean Walker.
Good afternoon, trustees.
Good afternoon.
I am here today. The first request that I have is a proposal for a new degree, Master's of Science degree in counseling. This degree will prepare candidates to become professional practitioners in a variety of settings, and these practitioners will be dealing with rehabilitation counseling and other counseling services. The MS in Counseling degree program requires 60 credit hours of coursework, including thesis, non-thesis options, and field experience. Program graduates will be eligible, depending on their specialization, to apply for licenses as professional counselors or rehabilitation counselors, as well as a Class A level certification in school counseling through the State of Alabama Department of Education. The proposed MS in Counseling is intended to position the college to acquire the K-CREP accreditation that we have been going after for the past 2.5 years. We are tailoring a curriculum to reflect core counselor competencies as required by K-CREP. Students who complete the proposed MS in Counseling degree would be assured national portability of their earned licenses as professional counselors. Without this particular degree, their licenses are not portable as of January 2022. By implementing this program, we would be poised to attain the major goal of providing competitiveness of the program and of the graduates to be nationally recognized. We are poised to achieve this goal by acquiring our K-CREP accreditation, and therefore we are requesting that this new program be implemented.
Okay. You heard the recommendation. The chair entertain a motion to approve this at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request to add new.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and proper second. Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion approved.
The second request is for a PhD in curriculum and instruction. This program will be offered as a hybrid program with students attending the campus-based classes 1 weekend per month. 60 to 66 credit hours will be required depending on the specialization. For this program, we are going heavy on research. So we are having 15 of those 60 to 66 credits will be in research. 21 credits will be in the core of curriculum and instruction. 18 credits will be in their specializations. And for one of the specializations, we have 21 credits. And then we have a 6 to 12 credit hours for dissertation. One of the major differences of this program with another program that is in the state, which is at University of Alabama, is that we're grounding our program in social justice to address critical social issues that have historically affected the balance between individuals and society, and schooling and education, which affects the curriculum. We are also going to be exploring in the program traditional and contemporary issues and trends in education, curriculum, and learning. The 4 specializations are reading and literacy studies, science education, early childhood elementary education, education administration. And for the education administration program, we are looking at 2 cognates that will allow candidates to dive deeper into their interests in higher education administration and curriculum and instruction administration. For our program audience, we are looking to attract professionals who are seeking to expand their knowledge and research expertise in areas such as curriculum design, development and evaluation, community development, educational policy, teaching and leadership in P20 levels, and that would be P12's teachers as well as community college and 4-year college teachers, faculty. We're also looking at people who are interested in nursing education, who have to do curriculum development, design, and evaluation, curriculum coordinators, instructional coordinators, community leadership and advocacy professionals, and leaders in vocational institutions. This program, I feel, will be very attractive in this particular area because of the grounding that we have proposed for the social justice area. And a scan of the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the education sector that we are targeting is within the top 10 major industries projected to grow over the next 8 years. This new program will replace the Doctor of Philosophy degree in reading and literacy. I ask for your approval.
Okay. You heard the recommendations. The chair will entertain a motion at this time.
Chairman, I move that we approve the program that has been presented to us in its entirety.
Is there a second?
Second motion.
Motion, got a motion and a proper second. Ready for the question? All those in favor, sign of aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Thank you, Dr. Pickett.
And the third request is to discontinue the Doctor of Philosophy in Reading.
I motion that we delete the deletion of the PhD program in reading.
Second.
All right. We have a proper motion and a second. Are there any questions? Ready for the question? All those in favor will sign of aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, trustees. Have a pleasant afternoon.
You too.
Thank you, Dr. Walton. Thank you to the trustees. It's very seldom at HBCU, particularly one aspiring to become a research tool, that we're able to implement the doctoral programs. And it's definitely very unique for us to terminate a doctoral program. So thank you for your indulgence and your support, and we will move forward expeditiously with getting all requisite approvals and onboarding that new doctoral program. in that college. And thank you to Dr. Walton and the faculty for putting together the prospectus that we will send to APSAC COC, which is quite a bit of work. Moving forward, we have several updates. We will be as brief as possible. Our first update will be our status of our distance education instruction and delivery. The second update will be an update from Dr. Walker on his college, and then Dr. Dean on things going on in the College of Engineering. And then finally, we'll have a presentation from our senior distinguished professor, Dr. Jones, on our health and medical STEM programs. And I'd like to thank all of them that come forward in that order.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Wanda Moore Jackson, Interim Assistant Vice President of Academic Affairs for Distance Education, Extended Studies, and Instructional Technology. And I'm excited to share with you some of the updates we've been making, as you can imagine, during this past year. This is just a quick update for our AAMU and LSCC off-campus site. This past spring, we had an enrollment of 116 students. So that site continues to be a successful endeavor. And we're looking forward to continuing to admit students and expand the opportunities that we have there. Next is just an instructional technology update. One of the things that the president charged us with is the development of spaces on campus for faculty to create digital content for online courses. And so we have developed AAMU e-learning labs. This is a picture of one that is in the College of Education, Humanities, and Behavioral Sciences over in Carver Complex North. We have desktops, lighting, you see the green screen in the back. There's also a Mac computer on the other side of the room for people who are Mac users. And so faculty can walk in, there's a web camera, part of that device, and they can create the content that we want to make sure is present in our online courses. As you know, of course, we also have off-campus locations. We have forestry, we have agricultural, where some of the same type of instruction needs to happen off-site. And so we also have the AAMU e-learning labs to go. Faculty can check out laptops, iPads. There's a small light that allows for better quality of light when they're creating content if they are not able to attend one of our on-campus e-learning labs. So we're very excited about these resources being available to faculty as we hope to continue to expand e-learning at the university. Big endeavor that we've undertaken is the improvement of classroom instructional technology. The locations that you see listed there are the locations that have already received a new ViewSonic display board. This is an 86-inch interactive display board, and they are already installed in those classrooms. To date, actually, all 65 locations have been upgraded, and we do plan to finalize this same installation throughout the campus. So every classroom that does not have a board this time is going to get one so that we have the same technology throughout the campus. This is just another kind of spec check on the same tool. You'll also see the OWL camera. As you know, we did high flex instruction this past spring semester, and that is where a faculty person would have students in front of them plus students online live streaming to participate, kind of in the same way that we are doing the meeting on today. And the OWL camera is a smart web camera that captures whoever is speaking, so it frees the faculty person up to just teach in a very organic way. And so we're going to share a quick video about how that works in a moment. This is just a screen capture of a couple of our installations. I'd like to stop and thank Mr. Chris Sism from ITS. He has been a great partner in helping us to get this done. He has been phenomenal in interfacing with the vendor for me and making sure that the installation goes well and is smooth throughout the campus. So I want to make sure I share that with the board. He has been awesome. We have definitely had an opportunity to innovate with what we've been doing instructionally. COVID forced us into a lot of things, but now they're becoming norms, and we're really excited about that. In this picture, you see two faculty who are doing a high flex delivery. There are students in the classroom, and in this case, they were 6 feet apart. This fall will be 3 feet apart. There's also a web camera in place that is for students. As you can see on the picture on the left, there are students joining that class remotely.
I have a question.
Yes.
You know, I got on one of your slides, you said the classroom instructional technology. What are the the captions at the top with the numbers, is that classroom numbers?
Those are the, yes, so at the top, those are abbreviations for campus buildings, and then the numbers that are below are the locations, the
And that-
classrooms.
Okay, and so when you say Elmore, that's like built number 2?
The gym, yes,
gym.
room number 2, correct.
Okay, and when you said that the innovation in instructional delivery has been excellent for the teachers,
Yes.
what has been the results of the students in their performances? Have we done surveys on how the students are performing
So we
with this
are,
virtual learning?
so we've definitely received feedback from students, and it's been positive for students who prefer that delivery mode. For students where that delivery mode is not their best participation mode, they're ready to get back to campus. So we're excited about the opportunity to return to residential instruction because our hands were a little tied based on those restrictions that the CDC put in place.
So for those that had trouble, are you implementing opportunities to improve the system that you currently was currently using and how you were teaching with the technology?
Yes. So in addition to the boards that you see right now, we're also going to install a wall-mounted, what's called pan tilt zoom camera. It's going to enable faculty to have a more smooth interaction during that time. For the most part, though, the instructional approaches have not been compromised. Faculty understand that we still have to maintain learning outcomes and things of that nature. So we will continue to innovate in ways, because now we're getting a little bit more demand from students to continue to offer those online and e-learning courses than we did before the pandemic hit. So,
Well done.
yes, sir.
For your online video tapings, was there a consideration for the television station we have on campus to be utilized for the studio?
Based on how the faculty were interacting with campus, most of the time faculty were creating that content right in their classroom spaces. Yeah, so labs, they want to be in their spaces. So for the most part, people are doing the live instruction in their classroom spaces, or if they're using one of the e-learning labs, that's just so they can have that quiet space to create the content very easily and quickly to provide it for students. So we more than, of course, welcome that opportunity for maybe more high quality content. In some cases, especially major announcements and things of that nature. But what I can say is that students have shared with me, they prefer something that feels organic and real, not something that is like a production. So we encourage faculty to just approach it as if the students were standing in front of them. That way it feels like a more organic learning experience.
And I just want to ask for one clarification.
Sure.
When we are returning back to campus in the fall, we will still have a mix between traditional and hybrid or high flex classes.
That is correct. So in the fall, we'll have not just high flex, but we're going to do a staggered delivery option in some cases where students can participate live stream. One of the things we found by doing the version of high flex we did in the spring is that students would commit to that, but then could not attend in person when they were supposed to. So we're going to be a lot more explicit about what those options are. And then if students can't come for whatever reason, maybe they're not ready to return, we still have online courses. We've always had online courses, and we'll encourage students to choose that option as well.
Thank
you. Yes, sir. So this is again a quick shot of that OWL Pro camera in action. The person you see there is our senior instructional technologist, Connie Mack. I just want to show you how awesome this technology is. What it does is it recognizes who's speaking. So in a moment, the camera is going to pan over. That's Miss Jody Jones, one of our English faculty. Because she and Miss Mack are talking, the camera kind of picks up both of them. Now there's a maintained full view of the room at the top. So students who are at home watching, they still can see the entire classroom. In fact, there's a couple of students that are live in this classroom. So now he's speaking in the back, you see him waving his hand. Miss Jones is talking on the right. So it really creates such a much better interactive view for a student who's having to watch live versus them only seeing the faculty person talk. They get to kind of see inside the classroom. So this is again called the OWL Pro camera. And it is just a phenomenal piece of technology for faculty who have to live stream. You don't want them to be overburdened with extra remotes and things of that nature. They plug this up, choose it as their camera, and they can move forward with instruction. So as we look ahead, we're going to continue, as I said, to expand our ViewSonic displays throughout the campus. We've already acquired some additional OWL cameras and again, the pan-tilt zoom cameras that we're going to do installations on throughout the campus as well as additional e-learning labs for STEM areas in keeping with our Title III activity. And those are going to be in Harvard, Complex, and Hudson Wing, Barn Hall, and Park.
I do have one question.
Yes.
On the owl that you were talking about, what is the cost of something like that?
So that particular smart camera is right at $1,000 each camera.
Is it a stand camera? Is it a multi? How does it?
How many of them?
So it's a smart web camera. So it can mount onto a tripod like this one, and then, or it can sit on top of a desk or a table.
It does.
Yes, it has a little remote. I think Miss Dr. Nash may be grabbing one. We have one over here. It rotates on its own, so it recognizes audio. It's just a phenomenal piece of technology for what we needed at the time. And so we were able to make a considerable investment to put those in classrooms, but it's portable. So you don't have to worry about, getting something mounted in the ceiling. As fact, we had to move around and make adjustments. This is what it looks like right now. Yes.
That's in every classroom?
Yes, well, to faculty. So it's a portable camera.
Gotcha.
So
Portable,
faculty
right.
were given the camera to just take to whatever location they were teaching.
So you have 3 at the present time? I guess I'm just asking.
We just have one present with us right now.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We have about 120 of these cameras on campus right now.
I just,
120 total.
I just have an additional question.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Wim, I know it's to be commended what you and your staff has been able to do during such a turbulent time during COVID. One of my concerns is as well as for Dr. Guinea and our institution, how are we monitoring those with learning disabilities and keeping up with this online transition of technology?
That's a good question. We have an office that handles our students with disability and challenges. Referred from faculty and students to go there themselves. That is actually housed in Division of Student Affairs. So Ms. Williams here.
So the requirement to respond to any student's learning ability is across delivery modes. So even before COVID, we have online classes already. If a student has a learning ability that needs to be addressed, we make sure that there are technologies in place to address that. Blackboard, our learning management system, is really great at doing a lot of that for us. We recently acquired Panopto. So thanks to Dr. Clark for helping to lead that. So it provides closed captioning. We use another tool now, but this one is going to be a lot smarter. So we're excited about that. But whatever, let's say a student needs additional time for testing, we can put that into Blackboard so that that one student will have additional time based on what that accommodation needs to be. So whatever student's accommodation may be for their learning ability, we're already able to accommodate them at this time because we're required to. So.
Yeah, that would just be an interesting outcome because I know that has been the #1 challenge across higher institutions. And if we are doing that well, Dr. Williams, I think that's something that we need to think about when we're talking about reimagining where we are and where we're going. And that's something to be able to talk about how we are excelling in those areas. So that's why I brought that question.
And Trustee Gaines, that's exactly what I was about to ask, is because this is so awesome. This, I'm almost speechless. How do we communicate to our prospective students who may be coming to us that we have technology such as this? This is very attractive. How do we get the word or communicate out that in Brandeis University that we're cutting edge like this? How do we do that?
Well, I hate to defer again to student affairs, but the new Office of Admissions and that Welcome Center that we're sending to, they are the ones that provide the marketing materials and interact with students prior to admission. And so they share many of our capacity and capabilities. And then they interact with the department and department chairs and faculty. When they come and visit the campus, we're able to do tours and show them what some of our capabilities are. We also have help me, Mr. Green, a virtual tour And some of that we're uploading and including that in the virtual tool, but this is organic. Just implemented much of this semester. Still working out some of the bugs and kinks this summer. But this is something that is with us to stay. We'll be doing flipped classrooms. We'll be doing instruction where some students are in person and some students are in classroom. Trustee Gainey asked about what is our student feedback. We found that many students in some disciplines prefer electronic delivery. It's a lot more accessible to them. And we found that their class attendance has increased. Whereas the in-person class, sometimes they were negligent about coming to class. So again, we're very thankful for this technology and Dr. Green allowing us to purchase this and making the resources available. But this is here to stay. This is why we've invested so much in this arena. But our collaboration with student affairs for students with disability is very important because we have a formal way to acknowledge those disabilities, and then we have to make certain things accessible to them based upon what that assessment is.
Trustee Ball, I think getting the word out is essential, and I want to see us do a better job of what we've done in letting the world know what's going on. I think that we can market this kind of thing very strongly, and it can be a game changer in some respect.
Yeah, I would like to make a suggestion with Trustee Crumpleton and Trustee Frank and you, Trustee Williams. Maybe we should table this conversation about the legacy of Dr. Hugini in his 10 years here, what we have, and maybe having the provost be a part of those discussions as we start to reimagine.
Okay, I'd like to thank Dr. Jackson and her staff. They've done an excellent job in pivoting. We know that it was a public health concern, and so much of our emphasis is placed on keeping the campus safe. But the whole campus had to pivot, and Dr. Jones's faculty really stepped up, and we had to retrain and retool. And as you know, the large majority of them can retire. So they're not in retraining and retooling mode, but they came to the table 100% cooperative, and we were able to pivot without any challenges, except retooling and retraining. Some of them took a little bit more effort on the part of Dr. Jackson and her staff. So we'd like to thank them for their efforts and for their accomplishments. Okay, Dr. Walker.
This time I like to give you an update, which I consider to be very pleasant news for the university in general. We have 8 undergraduate degree programs in the College of Ag. And recently, we were given the news by U.S. News and World Report that 3 of these undergraduate degrees have been given very high ratings nationally. The first one is our Department of Family and Consumer Sciences. And these rankings are for all universities, not just HBCUs, all universities. Our Family and Consumer Sciences program is ranked number 8 in the country. And this is so because of the uniqueness of some of the deliveries that we have, and the cost of the program for students to get their degrees, and also the placement of students when they leave our program. We get a lot of students with the job market is really good to us there. The next one is our forestry program. Our forestry program is ranked number 9 in the country. First, I want to remind you that the forestry program, we have a center of excellence in forestry, ecology, and wildlife management. This is the only one that you have in HBCU in the country. One of the things that propel us, our forestry program to this ranking is a student-driven program that we have that we refer to as fire dogs, and that dog, DAWGS. These are actually students that learn to fight fire in the forest. They are also very skilled at control burning, and this is very well recognized nationally. It is very well recognized nationally to the point where this program is now being copied in other institutions and other universities, such as I know that Clemson is doing it. And we are also asked to help to facilitate other HBCUs to develop programs of this nature. I should also mention that we have a 90% success rate graduation of our students finding jobs within their selected field of study.
Dr. Walker, I see that you have numbers like number 9, number 11. What does that mean in how many programs are there and where we rank? Is it 1 through 10? Is it 1 through 20? I just see that we're ranked number 9.
There are, I think there's something like, the last time I looked, there are more than 100 forestry programs in throughout, I think it was 140 some forestry programs throughout the United States. So when we're ranking number 9 here, we're doing very well. I might say so.
I would say so.
Our, the next one is our Food and Animal Sciences program. And this program has been around since 1969. In 1973, this program got certified or accredited, if we want to use that term, by the Institute of Food Technologists. We have never lost that, that accreditation. And we are seen as, well, for years, we have been the only HBCU with such a program. We also offer a PhD in this area. But this program is recognized as the premier program, one of the premier food science programs in the country. So, as a result of that, a lot of our students and faculty, they do have national billings when it comes to performance at these agencies, such as Institute of Food Technologies. And we do have a couple of fellows that are associated with this particular degree program. Again, this program, a high percentage of students that are employed in major companies, and a lot of our students go on to do PhDs that are employed in the academic. So just thought you'd like to have this sort of a pleasant news. I think I can go dancing this evening because this is the kind of news that I like to do. Thank you so much.
Dr. Dean Walker and his staff and faculty, these are very laudable accomplishments, something else that we should market. Well, because these rankings are U.S. News and World Reports, not something we made up, not just historically black colleges. This includes 1862s, 1890s, all public and land-grant universities across the country. Dr. Ding is up next, but he has a 1 o'clock meeting with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It's about student internships and our partnership with the Bureau that's moving to part of their cybersecurity and other apparatus to Huntsville. So he has to be in that meeting because he's one of the major presenters. So Dr. Ding,
I'm so glad that he mentioned one meeting with FBI, but it's a technology, right? Thank you very much. Cybersecurity update. We are receiving significant amount of funding from private industries and government agencies in the last year. U.S. Army TISMO Command and Microsoft Award is leading by Dr. Wayne in here, and Rice Foundation received funding from Raytheon space agencies and the DoD UNDEP program, significant amount, right? We're pushing hardware and software in the laboratory infrastructures in there. And also we're pushing heavily on the research. So in the future, in terms of a STEM center or reimagine Alabama A&M universities, we are planning to build a research center in cybersecurity and AI. Thank you very much, trustees. Accreditation update. Good news. Good news. On December 1, 2020, President Houdini received a draft letter from ABET accreditation agencies. All 3 engineering programs are completely clean in terms of accreditation. Now, the weakness in the past is nothing, it's just trivial, right? It is nothing about resource, nothing about the curriculum, nothing about faculty, nothing about university support. It is something to do with the printing catalog or computer application, computer implementation in there. It doesn't affect our accreditation, but now through the interim report, we are completely clean now. So the official results will be announced July 2021. The next one, please. We are part of U.S. Space and Missile Defense Agency's Succeed Charter. Next one. Yes. This charter in here provide opportunities to our HBCU students, especially hands-on experience on cybersecurity. So we are proud member of this Space and Missile Defense Charter. And at this point, Alabama A&M, we are having 4 students, 4 interns now, starting from February this year, and they completed their training, and there are 2 more coming. So we are so proud of this collaborations. The next one, hypersonics. Hypersonic, we are in the town of hypersonic proportions in here in Huntsville, Alabama. And you know that we are next to the hypersonic research center in the nation here, right? It's going to be built in Huntsville. So Lockheed Martin, our industry sponsors, they reach out to us in here in this university, and we are trying to team together to work on hypersonic thermal protection areas. So that means we can targeting the hypersonic consortium in the nation, which is $100 million consortiums. We can write proposal together. We can do research together to impact our students in here. The last but not the least, this morning, 7:30, Dr. Wing, can I say this? Good, right. We are so happy that Apple select Alabama A&M to award us a so-called HBCU Innovation Grant. We are one of the 4 in the nations receiving this grant. A very good job. Congratulations to Dr. Wing in here. And this will put us into the forefront to deal with new silicon initiatives with Apple. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ding, and go deal with the FBI. I'd like to thank him and his staff. He's also uploading our 2 new master's program in mechanical and electrical, and we are on schedule to start those programs in the fall of this year. And it is majorly important because we're one of a few, I think it's 4 or 5 HBCUs that offer master's degrees in the traditional mechanical and electrical engineering. So we're very proud of that. Now, final presentation will be offered by our distinguished senior professor, Dr. Jeanette Jones. And she is chairing our Health Professional Advisory Committee. And this is a series of major initiatives that group has undertaken, and we're very proud of the movement, the motion and movement that's created by her, but also her mentorship of some of these young faculty members. Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Mills. This won't take very long. I'd like to just present to you some of the things that we have put in place. We established the Health Professions Advisory Committee to try to coordinate all of the health-related initiatives that we have at the university. When Dr. Williams often asks, how many students do you have here? How many students graduate from this? Well, you can't just start, answer that question off the cuff of your head. So you have to have some system in place. And so we're in the process of putting that together. And so that's the purpose of the Health Professions Committee. So the members include Mrs. Maynard. I serve as the chair. Mrs. Merrill Maynard serves as the program assistant. Dr. Florence O'Copper from biology, Taisha Farmer for biology, Tanisha Johnson, chemistry, Dr. Charles Hosley, who is also an MD in biology, and Dr. Charlotte Teague, she's in the English department. As you know, many of the applications require personal statements, they require writing, and students to pass certain kinds of writing skills. So Dr. Teague is excellent at that. She's worked with us. She's volunteered to help the students. And so we have her on the committee. What is the purpose? The mission is to identify, guide, and advise students who are preparing for careers in the health profession. The committee sponsors various activities throughout the year where we invite professionals to come to campus. We provide seminars and workshops. We have individuals around the campus who assist us in career placement and co-op. We have also people in the English department and the writing center. Many of the MOUs that we have or we are in the process of discussing have been the result of those visits to campus. In addition to that, we spent a lot of time writing letters of recommendation to health professionals and health professional schools. So we've already talked about the UAB School of Medicine Early Assurance Program. You have a track card on your table to read later. The deadline for the applications this year is July 1st. I have the application recommendation I'm trying to finish now. The next agreement is with the University of Alabama, Birmingham with their physician assistance program. The PA program is a very attractive program for some students who graduate and they've not gotten into medical school, but they still want to do something. And so the PA program is ideal for them. It's a 27-month long program. UAB has it. We have partnered with them on that. That is the signed agreement that we have in place already. We were looking at doing this in the hopes of developing our own PA program. Based on the review we had, we have the potential to develop a program here at AAMU. The Meharry program is very successful. It's the Bachelor of BSMD program. A number of our students go there during the summers, and those students that complete 2 summers successfully, they're invited to apply to medical school, 3.25 GPA minimum, and MCAT score, a medical college admissions test score of 495. Auburn University, we assigned this several years ago. Dr. Ugani did. It's an opportunity again for early admissions for our students to attend the Auburn University Edward Villa College of Osteopathic Medicine. It is a great program also. We've had a number of students who have graduated from this program, and we have 2 twins this year who have been accepted, both of them, to the early admissions as the Rogovich they are Rogovich scholars, and they will attend the summer programs and then also apply to the Auburn via BICOM program. Howard University College of Pharmacy is engaging in discussions with us for a dual degree program where students attend A&M and they enter into Howard University's program. So they finish a PharmD degree with 7 years instead of the 8 years that's required. And generally 3.2 GPA is what was required and letters of recommendation. All of them are requiring letters of recommendation, usually are from the Health Professions Admissions Committee. Next. Then we have just signed the University of North Alabama School of Nursing. That program is very interesting. It's attractive because we have a significant number of students who are interested in nursing. And with this program, it finishes in 16 months. It's coupled with a scholarship incentive. So the students will get 20% of the tuition that in the scholarship form, which will help to support them through obtaining their nursing degree. Then there are others, the Xavier University, Louisiana College of Pharmacy, the same thing, the dual degree program there, and Trinity School of Medicine and University. We are trying to get also pathways for our students who are not U.S. citizens. And so we have those relationships with the American University of Antigua and the Ross University School of Medicine. I don't have listed Hudson Alpha Research Institute. We are in discussions with them because we are beginning to get a number of students who are interested in genetic counseling. That is a hot area. And so in addition to research training at Hudson Alpha, we want to also have that relationship, the MOU, to do the genetic counseling. So those are summary of the programs that we have, the pathway program. We're just trying to get them all so we can keep up with everything, track the students, and advise them.
Let me, I want to ask again if I could take another point of personal privilege as it relates to what has occurred in academic affairs and contrast that to what happened in 2009 as we began this process. You recall at that time it was necessary for us to delete a number of programs. We had programs that were no longer meeting the needs of our students and meeting the needs of the economy. And I mention that because one of the most difficult things that you can do in the academy is to delete programs. That is not easy. There are not many individuals, many provosts that can delete a program at institutions, particularly long-standing programs. Some of those programs related to agriculture and still be standing. Typically what happens is there is some vote of no confidence on the part of the provost and on the part of the president as you move down. But I certainly want to commend our provost and our faculty for staying on the cutting edge and being sure that the programs that we offer here at Alabama University, those programs are meeting the needs of our students. I'm always proud at commencement that we can talk about the wonderful career opportunities our students can pursue. And that takes, of course, the training and the responsibility of our faculty. And I mention that because sometimes, we talk and we don't necessarily see how all of it fits together, but we ought to be extremely proud here of our faculty, the leadership we have in terms of provosts and our deans in moving this academic enterprise here. All of our programs have remained accredited, but we have this wonderful opportunity of getting the College of Business accredited after about 2 decades of work. So that is tremendous. And I simply want, for the record, to commend and to thank our provosts and our faculty and our deans, our staff for the work that they do. That is the heart of the university. It's great that we have all of the other things, but we don't provide the product. The product meaning the graduates. We have failed at this institution. So hats off to all of you and kudos for the wonderful work.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo those sentiments and maybe not knowing I can be and pushing and asking for more. And I'm really happy with what I see. Dr. Williams, you made a comment earlier in your presentation about the Research 2. If you'll, what is a Research 2 institution? And as soon as we can wrap this up, we can get to lunch.
Yeah, very quickly, Carnegie took the lead several years ago in collaboration with the Department of Education of ranking institutions based upon their academic offerings and their research output. But the primary determinant is how many doctoral students you graduate per year. And so research one, research two, and then the rest of us. The research two, to reach that status, you have to graduate on average for 3 years, 20 PhDs per year. I think this year we are around 11, so we're making progress. With this new program that Dr. Walton is going to upload, hopefully we'll be able to offer it next summer. We anticipate an infusion of students there. Because remember, our other 3 programs are STEM programs, in environmental sciences and food science and in physics. And so it's difficult to push students through those programs expeditiously. And it's difficult to enroll students in those programs. But with this new program, we intend to meet that threshold in the next 3 to 5 years and apply for the R2 status. It's called Research 2. The only HBCU that's a Research 1 over the past decade has been Howard. There are several that are Research 2s, North Carolina A&T, Florida A&M, Prairie View, Jackson State is Research 2 at one time. We anticipate reaching that in the next 3 to 5 years. So, and I'd like to thank Dr. Jones for taking on this initiative, because what we're talking about here is not speculative, not aspirational, but guaranteed opportunities for our students. If they meet the minimum requirements, they're guaranteed admissions, guaranteed interest, and that's very, very important and major for us in our recruitment of superstar students. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our report. I think Faculty Senate President, Trustee Jones, has deferred her Faculty Senate report until tomorrow. That is allowable. That concludes our report.
I don't have to say
have
the
the faculty.
same thing over.
Senate report. Faculty Senate.
We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, well, that'll conclude our business for today. Trustee Williams.
Thank you, Trustee Watts, Trustee Williams, Dr. Jones. We're going to break for lunch and be back at 1:30. That'll be Mr. Robinson.
You sure that? You sure?
Thank y'all for the timely return from lunch. We appreciate it. And Trustee Robinson, we're only going to cut your time down on another 10 minutes or so.
Yes, sir.
If you'll get started, Dr. Williams?
Chairman, I'm gonna have to plead your indulgence. I made a gross error. We had a member of our team who left at the end of last month. And that person was named provost at Fisk University, so he's gone. And so we had to engage in a quick internal focus selection process through which we had nominations and we vetted about 7 candidates. But we have a new member of our team that we were remiss in introducing, and that is our new Associate Vice President and Dean of Graduate Studies. She has a master's from Tulane University and a doctorate from University of Alabama. She served as director of our MSW program for over a decade, but she worked in graduate MSW programs at Howard University and at Fordham University. And so I would like you to welcome our new interim assistant vice president and dean of graduate studies, Dr. Tanya Perry.
Dr. Perry.
She's still eating.
She's outside, okay. So, thank you, Lordy.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Trustee Robinson.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and start the subcommittee for student affairs, and we're pleased to have a tag team combination that will be leading these efforts for the next duration. We have Dr. Kyla Pitcher, who is the interim vice president for student affairs, and Dr. Brittany A. Holloman, interim associate vice president for student affairs as well. And our committee members, myself, we have Trustee Tiffany Cole, who is the co-chairperson as well, and Trustee Ball, Trustee Pickett, and Trustee Austin Smith, who is our SGA president, along is a part of this committee as well. So we'll go ahead and jump right into it. The no action items, just for informational purposes only. We'll start with admissions. Dr. Pitcher.
And Trustee Robinson, I just got a text from Trustee Johnson Cole, and she'll be.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
trustee members and President Hugeni, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here and give you some updates from several of the units under my purview. We're going to start with
Dr. Pitcher, one second. Trustees and those, can we go to the slide that shows the areas of responsibility? So you can see how they tag team, but one side of the house, Dr. Pitcher has, and Dr. Holloman has the other side. So see that.
Yeah, let me since this was a creation of the president, this is different from what you have seen in the past. Sometimes you aren't aware of situations until there's a change or they actually you're faced with them. Those of you who've been here for a while know that at one point we had another administrative position. When that position vacated, I made the decision not to fill the position and reassign, that is the executive vice president's position. And I reassigned duties to other areas. And of course, one of those areas that got reassigned additional duties was that of student affairs, not realizing how many responsibilities we have put within that division. It is actually too many to be handled by one person. If you look at that list. And so we decided that during this interim period, rather than asking one person to try and handle all of this, that during the interim, we would split the responsibility between 2 individuals. Dr. Kyla Pitcher, who has been serving as the interim associate vice president of student affairs for some time, and Dr. Brittany Holloman, who actually focused on student success as a part of her doctoral program at Jackson State University, which makes a wonderful team to lead this effort. I'm sure that as the next person who comes in, they'll begin to look at structures, not only in student affairs, but campus-wide, and there may be some changes. So I did not want to change the structure for 6 months, but I certainly wanted to be mindful of the fact that it was just too much to ask of one person. And I apologize to Dr. Crosby. I really did not, it didn't dawn on me until there were just actually too many areas on his responsibility. So we have two individuals that are competent, and I have confidence that they will be able to provide this leadership. With that said, picture.
Thank you, sir. So I'll be providing updates from admissions headed by Mr. Dwayne Green, Community College Relations and Global Initiatives headed by Dr. Pamela Little, Financial Aid headed by Mr. Daryl Jackson, and Housing by Ms. Carla Miller. The enrollment data that you have before you is from May 21st of this year. And you may see a decrease in the total number of enrollment fees paid to date. But if you look at 2021 compared to 2019, the numbers are fairly close. The team is working to fill in the gap between 2020 and 2021. Additionally, if you look further down at the conversion rates, you will see that they're converting at a higher percentage students with an enrollment fee on file than in previous years. I think it's 12% in 2019, 14% in 2020, and now 15.1% in 2021. As of yesterday, the total amount of students with paid enrollment fees is 1,049, but we anticipate seeing those numbers climb. Our office is working, admissions is working very hard, and we are partnering with marketing, communications, and advancement, and other entities across campus to make it happen.
Dr. Fisher, so are you telling me that we will or will not reach our goal of 7,000 students this year?
We hope to reach our goal, sir.
That was not the question.
No, sir, that was not the question you asked me. He told me he was looking forward to my portion. Because I can never hide it on my face. Well, we are optimistic.
Well, and I raised that simply to make a comment. I think we're all aware of the fact that as we headed into the pandemic last year, we did have a slight decrease in enrollment, which was not unanticipated. And given the challenges of recruiting in this environment, when you think about the fact that the recruitment process is a one-on-one where individuals are able to touch bases with prospective students, now having to move everything to a virtual platform, there is a likelihood that we may see another slight decline in enrollment. Hoping that is not the case, but I always like to be realistic in looking at the tea leaves. And given where we are, given the challenges that young people are having, given their not being able to physically attend schools and touch bases with their high school counselors, we may again have a slight decline in enrollment. I just don't want you to be along and report back later that that's what our enrollment numbers look like. Not any different than what's happening in other institutions across the nation. So my 7,000 was just to give you a way to kind of prepare us for that, which I think.
But Mr. President, I think on the other hand, for that other segment, remember, we're the champions.
We're the champions.
That helps with our branding and marketing. And our marketing and communications team is doing an incredible job, and they're increasing that marketing and branding strategies, not just from the athletic, but just talking about the academics, because the world is about to open back up. I don't know how big it's gonna open back up, but parents are ready to send those kids off. Get them out of your house. No, you're not doing virtual. You're going face to face like I did. So I think we can reach it.
I do too.
I do too. So,
But
Dr. Pitcher.
I was on the
I was gonna ask you a question.
computer,
I asked after she was gonna talk. Go ahead.
and I saw where their Arthur Mellon Foundation, they had given a number of institutions funding to look at just that, to try to help with enrollment stability, the problems with declining enrollments because of the pandemic. So, and a number of them were HBCUs that gotten up money. And is it that our students, our enrollment is down because there's a financial strain? And if the funding is at a system to re-enroll, to come back, that might help. So I guess that's might want to be one thing to look at, to see if there's a foundation, so they may still have money available to address that problem.
I was gonna ask, do you know the impact on waiving the ACT and the SAT, what that had on our potential new enrolling admissions, and what the university's position is on GPA standard and or ACT going into fall, into next spring? Are we gonna continue to waive that, or what is the university's position?
At present, I don't anticipate that we're going to continue going down that route, but we're going to be seeing what's happening across the country. It seems that there are a number of institutions that have rested in that direction of waiving ACT scores in order to draw more students. So it has helped some. I can speak more to on a financial side, because you were mentioning that, Dr. Jones. We made a decision recently to waive housing fees, and we saw a direct impact of an increase, a bump in the number of incoming students who have registered for housing as a result of us making that adjustment. So we can see that there is a financial impact. And I was also reading, there was an article in Higher Ed talking about some of the trends and the effects of first generation college attendees and lower income students, that across the country the numbers are decreasing in enrollment, and it's usually the economic side.
Let me just add, I think the other thing that we'll call on our expert faculty to respond to this, but I think the waiving of the ACT and SAT provides an excellent opportunity to do a study that we can actually look at the performance of those students where we did not have the ACT, SAT requirement versus those that we did have the ACT, SAT requirement. Now, obviously, we've got to control for the fact that we're in a pandemic environment, but that, I think, will be what is necessary to inform the decision about whether or not you continue down this path or whether you return to that requirement. There are schools, for example, in California that made a decision they're not going to return. They are going to continue to waive the ACT, SAT, but I would suggest that you have an empirical base upon which to make such a decision as to whether or not there's any difference in performance of students using that as an indicator versus the other. So it's one thing that I think our faculty can help us with in terms of.
Yes, sir. So Dr. Guinea, I have a question for you. Is our enrollment determined on the financial assistance that we get from the federal government?
We are, as Dr. Baptiste was saying today, and some of this I've got to be very careful how I respond to it, but know that we are providing all of the assistance that we can using the resources that have been available. Doing that in a very legal manner. I can tell you that it has been very advantageous to a number of students.
Okay.
And that we'll continue to look at ways that we can fill in that gap.
On this next slide, you see our upcoming summer orientation and registration dates for 2021. And our first one is fast approaching. Next couple days, it will be on a virtual platform, but then the subsequent events we're hoping to have in person. If you look, the total number of students with enrollment fees on file. Out of that number, 826 have registered for SOAR, which is pretty close to the number we had in. And this just speaks to some of the recruitment activities we were able to do in spite of COVID. Pre-COVID in 2019 and 2020, there were college fairs that were attended by staff. But of course, once COVID hit, there was no travel that took place. However, we were able to host a virtual college fair on November 21st, and we had 334 participants. Our 9th annual scholarship recognition and promotional bus tour was replaced by the drive-through edition, which enabled students to actually be able to drive through a designated area in cities like Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Mobile, and to accept their scholarship awards without having to leave their cars. Very creative way of perpetuating a successful event that's happened each year. Our one-stop shop under the Office of Admissions works in collaboration with other departments to proactively address student needs prior to registration. It involves the cross-training of over 30 personnel from 6 different departments, which include housing, the registrar's office, financial aid, and student accounts, to name a few. And we anticipate a virtual launch by mid-July. This is our data for community college relations and global initiatives as of May 24. Total transfer enrollment fees paid 102, and this was a significant increase in comparison to 2019, but there is only a slight difference in the totals between 2020 and 2021. Now, as of yesterday, the total number of transfer enrollment fees paid is 130. So we're seeing the needle move, and we anticipate more transcripts coming in from the second summer session. So these were the unit's recruitment activities from spring 2020, and in the right-hand column, there are various recruitment campaigns that we have launched this summer to help us boost fall 2021 enrollment. These are flyers documenting transfer recruitment and enrollment incentives. Some of our transfer student engagement activities. And here is a list of international student engagement. I had the great privilege of participating in the International Education Week. In fact, I partnered with Joanne Isabel of the Isabel Brothers, with the International Student Association and the Confucius Institute to put on a virtual fashion show. And it was fantastic. Dr. Little, can you attest to that? Yes. So it was quite successful, and it's on YouTube if you ever want to see it. But I digress. Let me move on. Here are some flyers advertising international student engagement. On to the Office of Financial Aid and Scholarships. This data is from May 24. You can see that total awards offered to first-time students between 2020-21 and 2021-22 has a variance of a negative 9.1% with an almost 36% increase for awards offered to continuing students between those same years. You can also see a negative 7.9 variance of accepted awards between 2020-21 and 2021-22 for the first-time students, and a 43.5% increase for accepted awards with continuing students. Data as of yesterday, however, shows a narrow gap, and that data trends are very concurrent with previous years' information. As of yesterday, total awards offered to first-time students is 2,170, reducing the variance from a negative 9.1% to a negative 1%. and total awards accepted by first-time students is 1,849, reducing the variance from a negative 7.9% to a negative 0.2%. Historically, students and parents tend to address these matters more proactively in June and July, so Mr. Jackson and his team anticipate that the numbers will increase even further over the next couple of months. Data has also changed for FAFSAs received. As of yesterday, FAFSAs received for incoming students is 3,667. This changes the variance from a 3% decrease to a 1.2% increase. Here is a list of financial aid counselors and their contact information available online. Students are assigned to the counselors by alphabet. However, the primary method that was initiated during COVID and continues to be used is a fully virtual service known as QLIS. If you look on your left, to the left. QLIS permits students to schedule appointments with counselors and then observe in real time how long a wait they have before the counselor calls them to address their needs. We found this to be very efficient. Another way that the unit assists students is to make available a frequently asked questions page online.
Dr. Pitcher, just one comment.
Yes,
You know, as we approach the fall term and coming back, and we have, you know, our counselors and just our faculty and staff, it's going to be very important that we respond. And my biggest pet peeve is customer service, you know, within a certain time frame, you know, like 24 hours, that type of deal, because parents are, you know, being a recent graduate, you know, my daughter, when I need to contact admissions or someone, I'm expecting something, you know, within that period of time, but I can give it 24 hours. So, but everybody's excited, and even though we have a frequently asked questions, sometimes you want to talk to a live person and kind of walk through that situation. So again, Mr. President, that's one of your keys to customer service across the board. So just want to make sure, you know, if you have an appointment, follow the appointment. Get back to the parents, get back to the students, follow up. I mean, that is why we are here, because of the students. Okay, so that's my little soapbox deal, because I hate to get calls saying, hey, I didn't get anyone at admissions, y'all open today, or, you know, not saying I do, but I would hate to get to that level where they're contacting board members or the president or someone like that. This was something very minor. Okay.
We all have so likewise, he continue to push that deal. I do have a follow-up question about Jackson, and that has to do with this approach that we used. How effective was it, and what that going forward?
Dr. Guinea, thank you, and respect to you and all of the board members. We actually found QLIS to be a very beneficial tool. When it was introduced to my area by Dr. Clark and his team, we found that it kind of compelled our parents and students to do some things that they might not have been accustomed to in the past, as far as being able to complete some processes online and to be able to refer to some resources that we have available that might not be evident when they're sitting in our office waiting to see someone face to face. So I've talked to Dr. Pitcher about it. My recommendation is that we continue to use the QLIS platform in some capacity, even if we return to our regular in-office processing duties. The QLIS option would be something that I would recommend that we use going forward. And I think IT just renewed our lease. I think, Dr. Nash, we just renewed it.
So it is a very valuable tool. I know IT has invested a lot of resources in it. So my recommendation or my thoughts on it is that it has been very, very beneficial in us providing those customer service, trying to meet those customer service landmarks that we need to meet. And, you know, it is something that I do see us continuing with going forward in some capacity.
Well, you know, one of the advantages is that it eliminates lines. That 78% of the students. Trying to process all of those students does create lines. So this is a way to reduce that, so people make what need. Get to expand our own presence. It's going to take more support in that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Green would like to come up and point out something in a previous slide with admissions enrollment numbers. If we could just give him just a second.
He's gonna tell me how we get 7,000.
That's before you go, though. If you don't get to that, Doc, that means you got to stay.
We'll take 5. We'll take 500.
Yes, sir, I am going to try to get close to telling you that. But first of all, our foot race with the pandemic didn't begin a few months ago. It actually began April of last year. And we basically realized there was going to be very minimal chances and we were going to get a chance to do face-to-face recruiting events. Of course, last year we had completed virtually probably 90 to 95% of the recruiting events for the fall of 2021 year. And of course, this year we got to do absolutely none. So the reason I wanted to come back and answer that question that Trustee Ball had asked earlier about the impact of the ACT and SAT waiver is going to have on the university. And as you see that bottom information that shows the actual number of waivers that we have offered for students, 565 for in-state students, and basically almost 1,850 for out-of-state students. And basically what we're having is a large group of students who decided that they just did not want to take the test. So what that means for us is this: because those students did not take ACT or SAT tests, they're going to be less eligible to receive greater amounts of scholarship funding than those who did. We did come up with a matrix to offer scholarship dollars to those students that had at least a 3.0 GPA or higher, but clearly that amount that we were able to offer them is still significantly less than those students who do have test scores. So that 38% number over there is going to have an extreme impact on what these students' ability to pay is going to be, because even though we're offering some form of scholarship opportunity, it's still not going to be enough to really cover a good portion of the bill. But the fact that we have introduced the CARES money to assist with that, that's going to make a huge difference, hopefully for the first 2 semesters. But going forward after that is where we're going to really have to take a hard look at what we're actually going to be doing.
So do you have any suggestions? You know, I know you have to run it up to the folks that you work with. Do you have any suggestions without, you know, putting yourself in a box?
No, I don't. And main thing is that we have brainstormed about this, and one of the things that we have watched over the last 4 or 5 months is those students who are actually paying those commitment fees are those students who have the ACT and SAT waiver. So that's what we're dealing with. My concern 4 months ago was that, do these students determine that even though we're giving them some form of financial assistance in terms of a scholarship, they may realize that their ability to pay is going to be pretty tough.
Because like I say, the average in-state student, we were giving, I think, $2,000, and the out-of-state student, 2,500. Now, the average out-of-state student that's getting the normalized scholarship is getting 4,305. I mean, so that's $4,000. So that's almost half, the students that don't have test scores are getting. So once you put $2,500 on top of a $13,000 bill, you still got a pretty high hurdle to get over. And, we're exploring all different types of options. And the main thing is, like I said, the numbers, it's not over yet. I mean, we're still fighting. We're flipping over every stone, rock, pebble, or grain of sand to make sure that we can find students. And, yes, sir, we're doing everything we can to come up with 7,000 students because we want to make sure that we earn this new building that's being built. Anything else, sir?
So this brings us to housing and how rooms are assigned. So the room assignment process is made possible through a software known as Adirondack. Did I pronounce that correctly, Ms. Miller? Adirondack. Students are notified of a designated period for housing registration, and after meeting requirements for housing eligibility, students are given access to the housing portal and permitted to select a roommate, hall, and room of their choice. On the left, you see the halls that are secured for returning students, and then to the right are halls that are assigned to new students. President Hugueny has generously allotted $1 million to Residential Life and Housing for the purchasing of new furniture. This is a layout of where the furniture will be placed, and the anticipated arrival date of the furniture is early August. If you look in your right-hand column, we're going to have new furniture in Foster Complex in 125 common areas. We're going to assign new furniture to 89 rooms in Stevens Hall, 85 rooms in Morris, and so on and so forth. We have partnered with 2 companies to assist in the expeditious transport of the furniture to various halls and its assembling.
I have a question,
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Pitcher. What do you do with the furniture that you currently have that's being replaced?
Very good question.
Yeah.
Hello, Trustee Gaines. So what happens is we have to reach out to property management, Mr. Robinson. We let him know that we're not really getting rid of furniture, but moving it out. He will make a suggestion to either, if it's worn furniture, and if we can throw it away, we throw it away. But other than that, that furniture is sent to a company and it's auctioned off. So that's how we handle discarding of furniture. We don't just throw it away unless it's just.
Yeah, that's why I was just trying to figure out if there's a way for us to make money off of the furniture if we're replacing it, or if we're donating that, is it a write-off? So I'm just trying to figure out, what is the inventory of the furniture that's leaving and the ones being replaced? Where's accountability of it?
Yes, let me, and I think Dr. Baptiste can help us as well, because this is really a financial matter. There is a state law as to how you are to dispose of surplus equipment, furniture, and the like. And so the furniture that we are not going to use, that furniture will have to be disposed of based on state law. State will tell you how it is, because if we do not account for it, if it's worth $2, if we don't account for it appropriately, we will be for improperly disposing of furniture $2. So it will be followed based on state surplus law. How the other thing that is true is that not correct, this is the help. there was a survey done of the furniture in these residence halls. And there was a reassignment, for example, putting, so that you don't have mixed furniture. And so if it were, like, let's take Foster and Night Center, for example. So all the furniture that may have been good in a certain location was then relocated so that you don't get into a suite and have some new and some old. It just doesn't. So it's not that everything is being discarded. It's just that the one was their day, that's what's being discarded. But I'm sure you will be done based on the surplus law of the state. We've had some issues with that in the past, and we've written up about cars being disposed of, even though they hadn't been driven for 50 years. So this will be done based on that.
So, Dr. Guinea, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but when you're discarding that, and is it a difference between a federal law of giving it away, like donating it? Is that?
Yeah, years ago, we got written up in the state audit. We just started worn out, equipment of no longer value without going through that whole process. That process the state required with state institution.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I said it.
Stuff like that.
That's why I was saying too, it's state institution. A donation is also considered a record, and it's not like being discarded. I was just trying to figure out what's the difference between the donating the furniture.
I don't, obviously, whatever that process is, and donating, I'm sure
Because when you're, and a donation is accountability. That's all I'm just saying. When you're discarding it, there's no accountability. That's why I was just saying, are we partnering with anyone? If we have that kind of, it could be a value to someone, even in a donated stamp. And if we're not, maybe that's something we look into.
But the state auditor made the biggest issue out of it. Some years ago, it was a major press out.
Yeah, I know. Because there's a difference. I know, I'm sitting on boards. When you're discarding and then when it's a donation, donations are all accounted for and it's being given and passed on. But when you're just getting rid of it, that there's a difference between the two. And all I'm saying is maybe we should look into schools or charter schools that might be needing some type of equipment. Maybe we can partner with them if it's, and then we'll have accountability of it, that you're not just discarding. That's all I'm just saying. If we don't have that, maybe that's something we look into.
We can get that information to Mr. Robinson to kind of give us some feedback on what happens with this. Thank you.
Dr. Batiste was saying something in my ear. I think she wanted to respond to.
Yes, trustee. In regards to property, you have to remember, as a state agency, our money is sponsored by the state and federal government. And what they look at is, once it's flagged or tagged, we have to get it off of our books because it's really theirs. So to speak, it's ours, but it's theirs because it's a state agency. So we have to either, if we retire anything, of course, Mr. Robinson have to actually designate that as a retired item and follow the state structure to retire. So we can't, other than their guidelines, we are not allowed to go outside of that realm unless we get permission from the state that it's designated to, because it's flagged and inventory as an item that's for the state, but it belongs to Alabama AAMU. So I hope that helps, because we can't really donate anything. We have to go by their guidelines to take that off of our books, and then they repurpose it, usually by auctioning it off.
Okay, noted, and you did provide clarity. Thank you, Dr. Batiste.
So these are our move-in days for 3 designated groups: our first year and students, new students, our returning and transfer students, and graduate students on August 12th.
Tell me about movement day. fall?
It's, yes.
Or the fall of?
You're talking about fall before.
Last fall, it's gonna be like it was last fall, or fall before?
No, sir. We were outside for 2 weeks in the sun. No, sir.
So it's gonna be like it was last year?
What we did is we're gonna mimic like it was in the spring of this year. It worked in the spring of this year. And we will be in the wellness center. And, you know, we're gonna have to clear students on campus and give them clearance to move into the residence hall. So that's what we're going to do, because we kind of can't mimic it like it was fall 19, because things are so different, because we do have to have that clearance process. So, you know, we experienced fall 20, and then we experienced spring 21. And so we'll mimic spring 21.
I guess my question is, do I need to prepare to help move folks? Do I need to walk around or? I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do. That's why I'm asking the questions. I know.
It's up to you.
They'll let you know, President.
It's up to you, Dr. Kenny.
Okay.
They will want to see you.
You might
Keep it in
not,
mind.
you might not have to
Keep in
lift
mind, we're
anything,
still in a
but just
pandemic.
support.
Oh, okay.
Welcome. Now, will the organizations like in the past that want to volunteer, they won't, that's gone away? Okay, all right.
For right now, I think it's best not to incorporate that until we're
What you're
clear.
saying is, let you handle it.
Yes.
I just don't want to call me
Right.
and say, are you coming over?
See, but your name be at the top of the list, Doc. She's gonna let you know we're ahead of time.
Are we still following the same COVID-19 protocols and move-in days? It's still restricted to the 2 guests that are allowed to help you move in, or is that number going to be changed or is it increased? Or?
So we have a committee that's going to make that determination, our task force. It is my recommendation that we reside to be cautious. We have to be cautious about that because we're still in the middle of a pandemic and we do not know what's going to happen for the fall. So we have to protect our students and our visitors. You know, so no final, we hadn't finalized that yet.
Yes, ma'am.
It's very possible.
So prior to the fall move-in, which is upon us, you know how everybody, you have that first student, that first family member going off, and everybody in the family wants to go and help. And so you might have 10 family members. So I think that communication needs to be, okay, parents, is 2, 3, 4, but everybody can't be all in the hallways and doing this and doing that. We're not saying you can't come to normal, but you just won't be in the dorm.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So this is my final slide, and it just shows the best way for students to communicate with housing during peak times, which is email. Miller, you actually may end up coming again but to explain this, but email has been the best way because of accountability, because of the record that she's able to keep of communication between her and students or parents, and she's able to go back, track the communication and follow up. She also responds very quickly, and I can absolutely attest to that. And I am now going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Holloman.
Thank you, Dr. Pitcher.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Dr. D. How you doing? Good to see you.
Okay, for the sake of time, I'm going to jump right in. We will have updates from student health and counseling and student activities and leadership development. So we have had the opportunity to serve the campus community and the surrounding area with a vaccine clinic, which we began in April of this year. The clinic started off great. We had lines out the door and we were administering vaccines Monday through Thursday from 8 to 5. Due to underutilization, which has been a trend across the state, not just with our clinic, we have transitioned to a walk-in clinic where we only provide the vaccines on Monday. As of noon yesterday, we have administered 4,400 vaccines, and we are fully prepared to continue to vaccinate our faculty, staff, and students prior to and for the fall return. So in an effort to shield the heal, we have had many COVID-19 prevention efforts placed. We have provided PPE, various departments on campus, which have included gowns, masks, and hand sanitizers. We have promoted the vaccine through the local news, social media, and public relations. We have also used the God Safe passports in our buildings, at our events, and temperature monitoring stations have been placed all over campus so we can make sure that everyone is feeling their best, using the proper accountability before entering any buildings or classrooms. So please disregard this slide. We met yesterday, and so what I'm going to tell you about our fall re-entry, you will not see on the screen. For faculty and staff, they will have the opportunity to provide proof of vaccination. This is solely voluntary. If you decide to provide your proof of vaccination, then you will not have to do re-entry testing. If you choose that you don't want to provide proof of vaccination, you will be subjected to weekly sentinel testing. And we will continue to promote and provide the vaccine for anyone who decides to change their mind throughout the semester. For our students, they will be given the same option as to provide the proof of their vaccinations. However, vaccinated or not, our students that will be living on campus are required to do a PCR test upon re-entering campus. That test cannot be any more than 10 days old. Students will also have to be given rapid tests on site, those students and their parents, before they are let into the dorms. That's the clearance process that Ms. Miller spoke of. We will do mass testing beginning in September. So if you're a student who lives on campus and you've been vaccinated and you've provided proof of that vaccination, you will still have to be subjected to random testing. If you're a student who has not provided proof of vaccination, you will be tested every week. And then for our athletes and our band members, athletes will follow the testing guidelines put in place by the NCAA, and the band will follow guidelines put in place by the SWAC.
If I may, real quick, Dr. Holloman, in terms of the student requirements for the reentry plan, in terms of, you mentioned that parents would also have to be rapid tested as well.
Yeah.
And they will basically, kind of similar how we did it. I want to say in the spring where we went into the Health and Wellness Center and we all sat down for that allotted 15 minutes to wait for the rapid test to produce a negative result. That process will still be in place for both students and their parents. Last
Yes.
time it was just the students.
It will be both.
Okay.
Quarantine and isolation. The prevention and response team, we are still currently meeting. I'm sorry.
Question for,
Yes.
so if the parents object to that, then what happens?
I do apologize. I've been corrected. It's just the students.
Oh, okay.
They cannot move in if they object.
Students cannot move in.
Yes, if they object to rapid
Okay.
testing, they
Okay.
cannot move in.
All right.
Well, I ask you a question. You gonna put that out? Would that go out to the students or the parents or someone way ahead of time so that will not just be something you will do that? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I could just see a bombshell right
Yeah.
quick. Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you a question about there was underdeveloped PCR testing. One took several days. Do we have access to this newer PCR test that can give you a response in a short time? Traditional PCR?
It is something that we can access. However, it actually requires a person to run that lab, and it takes about 15 minutes to run each one of those. And so we only have one of those machines right now, so it's just not feasible for us to utilize that technology.
What would it take for us to do that within a certain span of time, not permanently, but let's say we wanted to be able to do that for 2 weeks? Is it possible to do that? What would be the cost of that? Feasible logistically to do that?
So what you're looking at for one of those Sophia machines, you're looking at about $2,000 per machine, and you can actually only run 4 tests per hour because it takes 15 minutes to run each one of those tests. And so it works in a day-to-day clinic setting when you're not seeing as many people get those results back pretty quick. But as far as the large number of re-entry testing and mass testing, it's just not a feasible option for us.
At one time, we development test, that for state schools, is that actually done? I remember the dean of medicine talk about that.
So they do have more tests available now that are take-home kits, the rapid tests, but they're rapid antigen. Again, you would have to go through a lab to do the PCR or send that specimen off to a lab for the PCR results.
What I'd like for you to do is get with Dr. Keys and others to see what for providing that. Let me see what I'm getting. We're saying that we're requiring our students to have a PCR test within 10 days. The reality of it is we know that some students that will not have that PCR test. The result then is to say to them, you will have to find a place to stay until your PCR test results come back. Or there might be a little university that provide that test for them at that period of time. So that's what I'm saying, not totally, but just for that window where we have large numbers of students coming in. So get with Dr. Baptiste or see whether or not there's some way that we can cover the cost on an interim basis to do that testing just for those that show up. I want to encourage them to do it before you come. But the reality of it is, Mr. Jackson, they show up and they haven't done, for example, basketball. So they're going to be students in trouble on this campus. They will not have a PCR. And I don't want the situation where we have to send them back home, or we have to ask them to go find a place to stay until the results come back. That's why I was asking for feasibility in front of that.
And just to let you know, for the spring semester, we did encounter that issue where some people came without their PCR test. And so we were gracious enough to be able to refer to American Family Care. And they have a couple around the city that actually offer the rapid molecular test. So that was our referral option and it worked. And the students were able to come back within a matter of an hour or two and still be able to move in.
But you're going to have more. Spring enrollment is much bigger. So
yes.
You'll just have that discussion. So I think we might be able to, on an interim basis, to do that.
You know, we have specialists in this area. And have we engaged our specialists at UAB? Specialists in this area. So she is on contact to do this kind of consulting for us. So let's utilize her expertise.
Right, so we still have her as a resource, but I'm thinking now, Dr. King, it's really a bigger message that's going out to the students new and those that are returning. It's kind of like when you have a destination trip that you're planning and you get that email before you come. This is what to expect. And it may be, you know, the housing piece, it may be this other piece. So as opposed to all these different messages, you know, let all the departments get together and work with marketing and PR and whomever to come up with, before you come back to normal Alabama A&M University, housing, you know, athletics, all of those different things in one message. And we keep reading it right before, you know, and if they don't like the messages, I mean, that's fine, but we're trying to do our part and let them know before you come, because we don't want any issues here. You know, financial aid, if you haven't done the FAFSA, then go here, click this link. So let's try to consolidate one before you come back or as you enter. This is the message that you need to prepare for. Return to school checklist. And it's a lot of universities that they have them. And we can do it easily.
Yeah, and I do believe, Chris, there's a proficient system out there, even if it's a 3-day, even in people who are taking flights places, you gotta take 3 days prior to. And when you show up to the airport, there's a running list of all of those, and you gotta check before you get on your plane. You check the list, and if your name is not on there, then there's a place, but then they have to isolate you for 24 hours before you can even come in. So I think there's a way you can do that, like to know before the students show up, because I agree with Dr. Gidney. There are going to be some people who may not be as technology savvy as others, who are excited about sending their kids off. We'll send them here, they show up, and they were unaware of the procedures and protocol and policies. And so what do we do? And I think that's a great to know that now prior to. So I'm in agreements with Dr. Gidney to kind of look and see where we are financially, because there are systems out there that are working effectively that can handle over 250 people at a time. And so we just need to find out what that system is and how they're doing it.
Another option is when I got the COVID, I went to a place called Happy right next to Huntsville Hospital. It cost $100. It was a quick test. I left there and went to my own doctor where he gave me the thing up there where they go up and turn left or right or something like that. And but I was tested positive. It was $100 cost, which you hated to have to put that out. But maybe if we tell in advance to those students, if you should fail to bring your test results with you to confirm that you've been tested, this is one of the options, so that you don't have to find, alternative housing, but this is what it'll cost. And that, rather than us having to be the administrators of that, perhaps they could just go to a commercial testing facility that does it quick. In fact, I think there was one just down the street here. I don't know if it's still operating or not. That was the road by the shopping center that goes out to 231. Anyway, but that might be an option.
And apologies, one more question. In terms in that 10-day period, in that 10-day prior period, if let's say they do it 7 days prior to moving day, that is acceptable. Like if they do it, say, because a standard PCR test takes anyways from around 2 to 3 days to come back. So let's say they don't do 10 days prior, they do 7 or they do 5 days prior. That's still a good option for them to continue.
Yeah, that's fine. It just can't be older than 10 days. And Trustee Williams, to your point, we have been in contact with Dr. Elopri. Just recently on Monday, she did a town hall with Austin, where we spoke to our students about the COVID-19 vaccine. That has been her 3rd town hall that she's done with us. And we've been in conversations with her about our re-entry plan for faculty, staff, and students. And our quarantine and isolation, the prevention and response team currently meets daily to discuss quarantine and isolation. We have partnered with Airmark Dining Services to provide meal delivery for our students that reside on campus. Students' needs are monitored daily and referred to the appropriate team members for follow-up. Counseling services are provided to those students who may have difficulties coping with quarantine and isolation. and students whom have been fully vaccinated will not be required to quarantine due to exposure per the CDC guidelines. However, students will be required to isolate if he or she tests positive. Now, on this slide, we would just like to show you the utilization of medical services. Prior to COVID, our numbers were rapidly increasing. The amount of people that we saw in our medical clinic increased each year. Due to COVID, we have seen a decline in those numbers, and that's just due to the amount of students that we have on campus. This is the utilization of counseling services. The trends are similar. The numbers are slightly better for the utilization of counseling services, and that's because we were able to provide remote counseling to our students. So we're going to jump right into student activities and leadership development. So during the spring semester, we focused on SGA and Royal Court elections. The students were able to campaign the week of April 11th through the 16th, and those campaigns took place in person and virtually via social media platforms. Voting was done solely online through a system called Presence, where our students had 2 days to vote, and the results of those elections were announced on April 20th. And our winner for our Student Government Association president was Mr. Austin Smith.
Pass.
And Austin, will you please come join me at the podium?
So greetings, everyone. I am Austin Smith. I am a senior civil engineering major hailing from the capital city of Montgomery, Alabama, and I am elated to serve as your 2021-2022 Student Government Association Executive President for this academic year. So serving in the Smith-Lewis administration, you have the Executive President, that's me, Austin Smith. You have our Executive Vice President, Kennedy Lewis. You have our Executive Secretary, Lance Joyce, our Executive Treasurer, Mike Davis Jr., and our Executive Constitutional Advisor, Michael Jackson. Serving as your 71st Miss Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University, and we'll list her entire roll court, but our 71st is Miss Nia Whitson. Serving as her Miss Senior is Miss Jalen Shepard. Her Miss Junior is Miss Ariana Fletcher, and her Miss Sophomore is Miss Michaela Miles. So this is how our SGA Senate is comprised. We have senior senators, junior senators, sophomore senators, senators for the College of Business and Public Affairs, senators for the College of Ag, Life and Natural Sciences, senators for the College of Education, Humanities, and Behavioral Sciences, Registered Student Organization senators, Academic Affairs, Programs and Activities Council senator, Athletic senator, Interresidential Housing Council senator, and Social Group senator. And you can see all of their names there listed. We are working on the vacancies. The platform was reset to normal, rebuilding our campus life, engaging with the student body on decisions made by the university, strengthening our communication between the administration and students, expanding our capabilities as the Student Government Association, and transforming Alabama A&M University into the 21st century. So some important updates regarding my aspect of student government. We had our virtual installation ceremony, which we were pleased that Dr. Hugani could join us for on April 27th. Our in-person installation ceremony will be September 2nd. One of the first challenges that we took up as a deliberative body was our pre-registration challenge. We were enlisted by Dr. Crosby, former Vice President of Student Affairs, and interim AVP, Dr. Holloman, in making sure that we were getting our fellow Bulldogs pre-registered for the fall semester, as we were seeing that they were kind of teetering on the fence. The biggest things that we are trying to work on as of right now is the filling of SGA vacancies. I won't bore you all with the details of how many vacant positions that we do have, but we do need to get them filled rapidly. That's what my administration is working on, doing that in the most rapid pace as possible. Hopefully, the hope is to have all those vacancies filled before SGA leadership training that Dr. Holloman will speak more about. So one of the things that I've tasked the administration in attending is the Unite Second Annual HBCU Virtual Leadership Conference. You took the date. I will be speaking at that conference as a student speaker on a panel that's designated Becoming SGA President. So I'll be speaking on the panel regarding that. But the theme of that conference is Leadership Beyond the Boundaries. And some of our early initiatives right now that we're trying to tackle is we're trying to restructure our Student Government Association along with its constitution and bylaws. And also we are in works of configuring a judicial branch of SGA. So that will, I think, conclude all I have to say, and I will pass it back off to Dr. Holloman.
Thank you, Austin. Trustee?
Thank you.
Dr. Holloman.
Okay.
I want to go back to one piece, and I know this is dear to the board and very dear to our pro tem who has challenged us and pushed, especially student affairs when Dr. Crosby was here, in this mental health initiative, the consortium that was started for the state. I guess my question is, are we going to continue playing a role in that particular piece that we have started in leading that effort?
Yes, we are going to continue that role, department meetings take for the summer, but in the fall, we will pick back up.
And Trustee Robinson, just to add to that, I am tasking one of my e-board members, our constitutional advisor, with the mental health aspect, mental health initiative. So they will be tasked with coming up with, that person will be tasked with coming up with events dealing with not only mental health, but especially mental health in our communities.
And also, I know he's about to say this, substance abuse and alcohol. Along with that, we encountered, there was an individual that was leading a support group or a discussion that talked about some of the students as the semester ended, they were having anxiety about going home. And so that's a indicator that we need to be able to wrap our arms around those individuals. And then those that are leaving home may have some anxieties, especially freshmen, or if they've encountered something over the summer. So our antennas need to be well aware and reach out to our consultants, reach out to any support that we may need. I know our workforce or our manpower may be short, but that is going to be a big thing, and we need to be proactive in being prepared to receive that.
Yeah, when you get going, that I like to know, maybe some things I can offer that's helpful. I'm just revamping a program that I direct right now. So I'd be happy to be engaged when you do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slay. As Austin mentioned, one of our goals for the year is to really create holistic leaders and train up our Student Government Association. So in addition to them doing the leadership conference virtually in July, they will also be attending the National Association of Student Affairs Professional Student Leadership Institute. This institute will take place July 7th through the 12th at Savannah State University. We will be taking 10 of our students, 6 SGA members, 2 members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and 2 members from our yearbook staff. They will go and be able to engage with other campus leaders throughout the HBCU community and really learn how to uplift not only themselves, but their organizations and their universities. And in order for our students to participate in this conference, they have asked that everyone be fully vaccinated. And on campus this year, we will host a week-long leadership training. This will be a leadership reset following in the same guidelines as the platform for our SGA president. This will take place August 2nd through the 7th, and they will learn their roles and responsibilities in SGA, being members of the Royal Court and the yearbook staff. Leadership 101, what kind of leader are you? We will talk about effective communication, conflict resolution. We will do a self-care and mental health workshop on Friday. They will get to engage with members of the Bulldog Pride Committee and have a game show. And we'll wrap up the week with a fashion show. And now I just ask that you all save the date. Welcome Week will be August 15th through the 21st. The in-person SGA installation ceremony will be September 2nd. The Miss AAMU coronation will be September 3rd, and our homecoming will be October 3rd through the 9th. Any questions?
I want to welcome to our other co-chairperson for student activities, the Honorable Trustee Cole. Any comments? Welcome.
No, great job.
Thank
Sorry, Judge.
I better be quiet to go to jail.
We're just saying hello.
And we do apologize for not standing when you walked in. We're still in training.
Oh, yay, oh, yay, oh, yay. All right.
Any questions from student affairs, trustees? Any questions? Well, we look forward.
I would like to commend the two of them. They are very good friends of mine. And I'm very proud of the two of them. I'm very happy Dr. Ugini pointed you to those areas. I see a lot of things that you will be doing, the two of you. Things will be growing. All, and I especially wish you best.
Thank you.
All of the very excited about it.
Thank you.
Trustee Stacy, was that your report or you have another?
Oh, no, that was it.
That was your report? Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, no, I don't have anything else. I'm done speaking for the day.
All right, Pro Tem, that ends student affairs.
Thank you so much. Art communication, Trustee Watt, Trustee.
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started with marketing and advancement. Dr. Tucker is at the mic, so. That's the, I'm not gonna call you what the president just called you, but Dr. Tucker is at.
It's no telling.
However, I will take a point of personal privilege at this moment. And I would like to thank Dr. Tucker and his staff for the event I was able to attend at the brewery.
Yes.
And I think it has ignited a fire under some of the alumni, and want them to get engaged, and they have been engaged.
Yes, they really have.
Trustee Watt, one way or the other.
And so the thing that actually happened, I got a call from Illinois, and someone needs to talk with you about how you actually went about that, because they want to replicate that with a brewery up in their area for their school. And so I told them I would put you in touch with them, but I just want you to know that your reach is just far ranging, all over the United States with that particular product. No pressure. Now with that, go ahead with your report.
Hey, Trustee Watts, Trustee Williams.
Trustee Watts, thank you for your leadership. Appreciate the intro. and also the trustee Frank Williams, co-chair for this subcommittee in his absence. To the other members of the committee, they are trustee Kevin Ball, trustee Chris Robinson, trustee Michelle Gainey, trustee Tiffany Johnson Cole, and trustee Richard Crumpleton. Thank you all, President Pro Tempore, Dr. Jerome Williams, and also President Dr. Andrew. So on the agenda today, we do not have any action items, but we have a few informational items. They are alma mater beer, our fundraising totals, new strategic partnerships and major leadership gift announcements, the Black Tie Scholarship Gala, and then also just some new content on WJBT. Before I go any further, I do want to recognize my team, the leadership team in NCA. They're here spread out. But we have Ms. Sandra Stubbs, Director of Alumni Affairs, here with us. We have Ms. Kim Davis, who is Interim Director of Development. We have, I think behind me, Mr. Elvin Jenkins, who is Director of Electronic Media Communications. And then we also have Mr. Jerome St. Jones, Director of Marketing PR. I have another member that I'll introduce in just a moment. So, alma mater beer. President just took it. But we're so excited about this particular opportunity. We actually, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
This is historic. No president could say they're going out of the door with an alma mater.
We'll drink to that, sir. But before I talk about alma mater, I want to recognize another individual on the team. He's under the leadership of Ms. Kim Davis. That is Mr. Michael Colston.
Stand up so we can see you.
Mr. Colston, this is his brain.
Stand up, stand up, stand up. There you go. All right.
This is his brainchild. He came up with the concept and idea. He approached us. This is nothing new. We've been working on this project for 2 years. We started in 2019. Before the pandemic, before George Floyd era and everything that happened in 2020. It was around the same time that the university brought to the board the opportunity to sell beer at the stadium. So Mr. Colston came up with this idea. He pitched it to me. I asked a number of questions. He went back, did more research, came back, I was sold. And I told him to stick with me. It's my job to sell it across the institution. And we were able to also find an industry partner. We were able to do that. And so now we have Alma Mater Beer, which launched on May 27th at Straight to Ale, which is the industry partner, the second largest brewer in the state of Alabama, but they have the widest distribution, which we were very intentional about selecting them. To give you an idea of what the event, the turnout looked like. Before I get to that though, those are just a few students in the food science area. We had about 3 or 4 students in food science led by under the direction of Dr. Herring and Dr. Verghese. Dr. Herring as the faculty lead for this particular project. But those students did a great job in helping to craft the beer at the brewery. And so those are just a few photos there. But that's the event, that's the release. And so I want to thank Trustee Chris Robinson and also Trustee Wayne Watts, Mrs. Watts for showing up and attending that event. It was a great time. We had bulldogs everywhere. In the courtyard, that area was full, which I believe they call that the beer garden. Inside of the brewery and the restaurant, we had, it was packed. The line was.
Robinson at the counter there? Yeah. That's him. Is that Trustee?
That is Trustee Robinson. Not at the counter, though, not at the counter.
At the brewery. What can we do to get that down in Mobile? You've had an official request to see if we can get you guys down there.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I'll talk about that shortly.
Okay.
Absolutely. But it was a great turnout, as you see. Even in the brewery, it was packed. Behind the brewery, on the patio, was packed as well. Bulldogs everywhere. When we talk about the name Alma Mater, the students were very intentional. The MBA students, they were very intentional about the name. So we wanted a beer that Alabama A&M University alumni would be able to identify with, but also if you had any affiliation with any college or university, you would be able to identify with this beer. And the deal is this, money is not maroon and white, it's green. And so we want everyone to
to take part in this initiative because we have a revenue sharing opportunity with this deal. So it's been a great time, a very exciting time, and we're pleased to have such a great turnout. And this was going into Memorial Day weekend, that Thursday before the holiday weekend. Just to give you an idea about sales at that particular time and where we are now. This event, that particular event was scheduled to last 1 hour. Well, before the event started, all of the cases were sold out. So, wow. In addition to that, before the Memorial Day holiday weekend ended, Straight to L was completely out of beer. Draft, tap, everything. It was all gone. And so very excited about that. And thanks to everyone that had a part in this, from business and finance to academic affairs, the leadership of Dr. Williams and his team, food science, the MBA program. I hope I'm not missing the area, but it was definitely a collaborative project here.
So where do you purchase the beer?
Yes, so that's a great question. Nowhere right now because it's all sold out. It's sold out, for the most part.
That's a good sign.
Yes, so the brewery, they're in production on the second batch. And so here's the deal, they took all the risk. So it cost Alabama A&M University nothing, but some time and effort. But there's an opportunity for some revenue, or we have a revenue sharing agreement with this coming back to the institution. So they were hedging their bets, right? So given that they were utilizing their manpower, equipment, materials, they didn't make they were limited in the batch that they made, the first batch. Well, it's been an extreme success. If you listen to Straight to L, the sales manager, they will tell you that that is the best release that they've ever had for any of their beer. And their beer is, you can find it in Publix, you can find it in Kroger. Here, this particular beer, it was at Liquor Express, which is a craft beer store here in town. But I think that all of the cases sold out last week there. As recent as this past weekend, it was at Fresh Market, which is a grocery store here.
Yeah.
So, having said that, we did a stop in Birmingham.
Hey, Trustee Gainey,
Yes.
I just want to tell you, Archie has been considered one of the most innovative young executives that exist in a community. Some of the things that he's doing, they have been remarkably amazed at what we're doing and what he's been doing. And I just want to tell you, Archie, kudos to you. You have done a remarkable job in the community from a political perspective, also from community leaders, and just kudos. You represent A&M remarkable, and that was a good job.
Thank you, Trustee.
Yeah,
Appreciate that. Like I said, it's a total team effort across the entire institution.
Do you have a patent on it?
So it's not our product. It's a revenue sharing product. It's not our product.
It's
So the
not our
product
product.
belongs to Straight to L. But again, for the life of the product, we'll have a revenue sharing opportunity.
So what's our relationship? We don't have a patent on it.
What is?
Partnership.
Yeah, it's a partnership. Well, we can't use the word partnership, or they can't use the word partnership. But it's a collaborative.
Dr. Jones is the.
Straight to L owns the.
Yeah,
the product.
Oh,
We do not
their
own.
product.
Yeah, so
we
it's a
just
revenue
want-
sharing agreement.
We get a revenue, get a revenue. But the thing is that, you get the revenue for something.
Yeah.
See, we didn't deal with.
No, yeah, because we didn't
We
do
didn't put any
anything.
money.
We just felt-
That's one thing, but they would.
Well, I just asked that because he said we're gonna generate some revenue. I was just trying to figure it out. Looking at intellectual property.
No, the revenue just comes from the fact that it says, Alabama inspired beer. So.
I didn't look at the thing.
You just drank that.
We'll give you an opportunity to do that.
But because it has the Alabama inspired and because of the product, we have an assignment. So they get academic partnership. Bring in your program
It's like a training.
Yeah.
Like a training.
It's just phenomenal.
Oh, it is. But I was just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, but so.
I was trying to figure out if it's like Gatorade, Gatorade.
No.
All right, so.
No, this is another example, totally different product. Another example would be collaboration. Another example would be like the debit card or credit card we have in regions.
Yeah, like credit card.
Very similar to that. Right. We don't own that. That's the
I
product of the
understand
region.
it now.
Yeah,
It's like a credit card.
absolutely. So there's revenue sharing engagement. But we actually had a release 1 week later, the Thursday right after Memorial Day in Birmingham. We were disappointed initially because we were waiting on the location to provide the information. And they did not do that until 24 hours prior to the event. We knew the event was coming, but we had no details to share with our constituents until the day before. I will tell you, it was a tremendous success in spite of, it was at Top City, which is downtown Birmingham. That area was packed inside of the facility. There was a patio, huge patio outside. That area was packed as well, bulldogs everywhere. People wearing the maroon and white. We actually had a number of senior level city officials and Jefferson County officials to come out as well. A number of corporate leaders, some you see there, Alabama Power, Regions, and others came out to support. And the great thing about this, at both events, we've had graduates come out in apparel representing their institutions that were not Alabama A&M, whether it was Morehouse, Tuskegee, and others. And so they're just excited that they have an HBCU engaged in this type of activity in alumni engagement community. And so it's been a huge success. Those are just more photos from Birmingham. I won't bore you with the links, but one, and I don't think it shows up really good, but one, and you can see this at your leisure, I think the last one, that was the moment Alma Mater sold out. And so just to kind of give you some quick stats on it, and event that night. That event lasted from 5 to 7. And within the first 20 minutes, all of the cases sold out. And this is the largest craft beer store, by the way, in the state of Alabama. All the cases sold out within the first 20 minutes. And before that 2-hour event was up, 3 kegs of beer were completely out. And they sold 20 pre-order cases that were prepaid that night because they had another shipment coming in. So again, it's just a tremendous success. The next stops are Montgomery and Mobile, but we don't have any beer now. So we're waiting on the second round.
Yeah.
I will be awaiting you in Montgomery.
I will not be handing you beer, and I will not be.
I am of the legal age of 21 years old. I said I will be waiting for them in Montgomery when they come. I am of the legal age. I'm not Joffrey. I'm not a kid.
Oh, sir, we're still gonna ID.
Oh, absolutely. I'll give it to you gratefully.
Last slide on the beer. We believed this to be the case at first, but we were not certain. But based on all of our research, there were no HBCUs doing anything like this. Not having their own beer, not having inspired beer with their institution. And so other media outlets have indicated that we are the first HBCU with such a partnership or collaboration. And one of few institutions of any type in higher education to have this type of partnership. So we're very proud of that. And we've gotten a lot of traction locally and even regionally and nationally on this deal from AO.com. Did a major article that went out statewide to the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education, to Diverse, to several others. And so the beer, if you can find it, it is available throughout the state as of the week of May 31st.
So straight out of L, are they here in Huntsville? The brewery, is it in Huntsville?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
here in Huntsville, correct. Campus 805.
Well, we'll welcome it in Atlanta. So let me know when you decide to do your next target city.
Okay, we may have something this evening for.
I would like to say that
When I found out about it, it was the day before, and I was already committed to something else, and I couldn't get out of it. But I did, everything that I heard that night after the event was, I thought my phone was gonna stop ringing, telling me about what transpired, how good it was, all those types of things. Just keep up the good work and keep talking. Next time, please let me know where.
Next
As
time,
soon
just
as
let
we
me
know,
know.
absolutely.
Just let me know. You said anything.
Dr. Tucker, there was a local high-end restaurant in my hometown that I shared the product with, and they want to stock it in their restaurant. And so I'll be getting the information so we can make that happen. Wonderful. I heard it tastes good.
It does. Hey.
That's what I heard. I don't know. I
It
didn't
does.
tell you.
So trustee Watts, you don't drink, if you don't drink beer, I mean, if you don't drink beer, it tastes like beer, so you won't like it.
Yeah.
Period. But if you
It has a little different
if you
taste.
drink beer and if you have drank craft beer, the intent was to make something very approachable, so it would not turn you off, because there are a lot of different products out there, and they can be a lot, and so it's very light, very approachable.
So you say if you don't drink beer, it's like what?
If you don't drink beer at all, you won't like it anyway. If you
like
don't
it.
like beer, you won't like it, period.
So Dr. Tucker, is there any way? Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Tucker, are you able to share with us what that revenue sharing deal is, or is that something that's?
Privately, I cannot, I wouldn't share. it
Okay,
publicly.
okay. All right.
Because of course, everyone will be going to it.
No, that's fine.
All right, and this is, I'll wrap up with this as it relates to beer. So this is a quote from Casey Warner. Casey is a recent MBA graduate who worked on the project. And so he stated, quote, "Our group was really excited to participate in this initiative. It provided us with an opportunity to gain real world experience by pitching the name to the Alabama A&M University and straight to air marketing teams. We are also excited to know that we have assisted the university in generating a new revenue stream that will support the campus for years to come." End quote. And so that was the point. We wanted to do something that diversified revenue to the institution, but also provided experiential learning opportunities for our students. And so you hear that, or you're able to read that directly from the mouth of the student. So I move to fundraising now. A lot of bars, and I'll talk about what you're looking at there. So what we did was an analysis over the last basically 20 years. You're looking at 20 years of data beginning from left to right, FY fiscal year 2000. What you're looking at is the total dollar amount that was raised in each of those fiscal years at the conclusion of the fiscal year. And so going back to fiscal year 2000, $572,000. Looking from 2000 to 2010, you can see we were hovering around the $1 million mark, anywhere from 500,000 to, I think the high was like 1.3 million. So at that time, if we got to $1 million raised, that was pretty much the sweet spot for the university. Then after that, 2009, back into 2009, beginning of 2010, Dr. Hugini arrives at the institution, and you can see the numbers start to increase and enhance over the next decade. And so you'll see in FY11, there was a huge spike up to 5.6. Anytime you have a huge increase like that, you're gonna have a market correction. It's the same way with the stock market, same thing with anything, because again, we were hovering around $1 million. But when you look at that market correction, starting in FY fiscal year 2012, going to 3.9, a couple of years decline there, but still now the new sweet spot became $3 million, $3.2 million. Well, fast forward, FY 20, the end of last year, we finished at 5.06 million, right at $5.1 million. What I want to bring your attention to though, is where we are this year. Of course, we haven't completed the fiscal year yet, and we're already at $5.86 million, just short of $6 million, with a quarter and about 2 weeks left in the fiscal year, in comparison to all the other totals that we're looking at from 2000 to 2020. Those are complete pictures for the fiscal year. And so what you will see is that this fiscal year, if the year ended today, or actually as of about 2 weeks ago when this report was run, that's the most that we raised, we believe, in the history of the institution. We don't have data that goes back much further than that, maybe another 2 years. But we believe this year we've raised more than we've raised at any other time in the history of the institution from a philanthropic standpoint, and we still have some time left. So we're really excited about that, but I want to really just put that in perspective for the board. Yes.
Yeah. I wouldn't put too much. There's something. But I wouldn't probably count that. I think it's close. I think there that really. I just don't, I would think. No, yeah. It looks like we got last year, and now you're up. And I know that there's some big, earlier today that philanthropic giving is up because everybody's kind of feeling right now. But are you all looking at the last 2 years, let's say, versus those 3 million, so that we can continue to wait and improve on them and continue to be always market correction? Sure. But I mean, I think there's evidently something that you all are doing that's really working, and have you all looked at?
Absolutely. So I can give you just a couple of things off the top of my head. Just the level of engagement has increased. And so, we had to be more, the entire institution, we heard all day, everyone's had to be more creative, particularly over the last year and even now. And so with that, you're not able to touch people as you were before, traveling at sea, so we're not able to have dinner with prospects. But the level of engagement as it relates to social media, as it relates to anything digital or electronic, that has picked up. Another critical point, and I'll talk about that here in a second, is the level of engagement from alumni. It's through the roof. It's been tremendous over the last several years. We've really been building. So that piece didn't come from out of nowhere. It's been building up over time. And I'll talk about that. But when you look at like our fraternities and sororities, those graduates that of those organizations, they're coming up in a big way, and they're giving year in and year out, and then just trying to come up with creative initiatives, a lot of which are based digitally, like through social media and other platforms. We've been doing a lot more of that, and so we're seeing successes there, along with what's happening in the country. We have had the $10 and $20 and $30 million gifts at this point. I think we're going to get there. I really do. But from the partners that we have, a lot of those partners are regional partners, like a regions, like Southern Company. And so although we're not getting $10 and $20 million gifts from those organizations, we are at the top of the ladder in terms of what we are receiving from them. We'll talk about that. Campaign, it ended in 17. And started around fiscal year 11, I believe. Okay. Yeah. So the other thing I think it really traces back
And if I may, real quick, in terms of I'm looking at the fundraising total. If you could, which part of it is alumni fundraising, which part is, well, if you could just break down the colors.
So it doesn't designate, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Designate.
Proxy for
Okay, and just one more question, real quick. In terms of, I know there are other universities that receive, I know, substantial amounts of money from different philanthropic figures, and I'm pretty sure that they have a good lobbying base to get those people to give to their university. Are we doing the same thing as to lobby to those people so that they can give to Alabama A&M University?
Absolutely. Great question, first of all. Yes, and so I'll talk about some of our partners, those companies, major companies, Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 100, that support the institution. So I do have a slide on that.
I just want to say a couple things, Archie. You know, Alabama A&M is a very integral part in a robust and dynamic fabric of the city of Huntsville and its community. And I just want to thank you for leading that effort on the marketing side and showing us opportunities that exist outside of what we typically consider to be normal sources of revenue, thinking greater, brighter, and reimagining what this institution can be. And I think also too many people are not aware of your relationships that has helped in these capital campaigns grow to the amount that it is. And it requires a lot of effort, a lot of communication. And I just wanted to take this time to say, well done. And, you know, Benny Thompson also speaks highly of you. And so I think we have a lot of resources right here in on our campus that we don't take advantage of. And I'm glad that you're part of the team in helping growing this institution and growing the numbers to where our goals are trying to be. So I just wanted to take the time to say that.
Trustee Gainey, one quick follow-on note, and I'll be very brief. Just want to share from a local perspective. Chris, I know you and Richard and Frank, we all feel the same way. Just the positive image and impact that you are in the nonprofit arena, how you utilize those networks to help increase awareness and tell the story of what we're doing out here on the Hill, how you use those networks to bring in dollars and support from industry. It's quite remarkable, and it takes a very unique skill set to be able to do that. I know most recently Richard had shared with me that you've been appointed to the chair for the Huntsville Museum of Art, which is very noteworthy. So it's very noteworthy, should we say that again? So congratulations, keep doing the good work. You're making a big impact for us here.
Archie, you have to share some of these accomplishments and accolades. I know you're very humble, but we see you and we see you working. So kudos also to you. And that arts council, that arts board, that's huge for Huntsville.
It is.
Very huge.
Thank you, Trustee Crumpton.
Well, I think it's, yeah. I think it's important to highlight, you know, what are, you know, what's happening on campus with the dynamic leadership under Dr. Houdini, because those of us who are not from Huntsville, we don't know. And so a lot of information I find out through bumping into people or having meetings. And when I mention, you know, I am a trustee of Alabama A&M, I'm amazed that when they do mention a name, that we are not aware of the depth of of what we have within our marketing department. And I think it makes a difference when we talk about it, even if we put it out there on the website. And I know some people don't like to boast about what they do in their accomplishments. So I think it's up to Huntsville to kind of help get that message out there. So those of us who are not residents here will know how to help push that message forward too. So that's why I wanted to take this time, because a lot of what I didn't know, attending meetings that's not being said, I had to find out through other people, and that just happened in recent months of my matriculation of working with different people about talking about funding. I think it's very important that we let people know what's going on our campus and those who are leading us in a most critical way at this institution.
Hey, Trustee Gainey and Trustee Harper, thank you for doing that. Dr. Tucker, just a follow-up on that is what most folks are not realizing is that you have to have incredible relationships in order to get the dollars that we would really like to reach. You have done that. I think the thing that Trustee Crunkleton mentioned and Trustee Harper mentioned, just to be on the museum committee, those things are donor funds. Those folks are large fund inheritance from baby boomers that now are starting to open the eyes of an opportunity for funds to be given to A&M down the road and left for generations. So we have to be careful not to underestimate what Trustee Gainey and Trustee Harper mentioned, which is basically the relationships that this young man has established are critical to the future. You just can't walk up to Bezo and say, hey, give me $10 million without having a relationship. So Dr. Tucker, kudos to you. You've done a remarkable job. And I think those relationships are going to start to even get bigger. So thank you again.
Thanks to each of you for those comments. We appreciate it. Again, excuse me, this is a team effort. And that's why I mentioned directors and other members of the team. It's not a one-person show. And even beyond just our offices, it's collaboration across the campus. That's what it's all about. Going to the next slide. So this slide, and I won't go as long here, but this slide shows a number of donors. And so again, you're looking at a complete picture for each of those fiscal years, from fiscal year 2000 to FY20, and then you see where we are now year to date, which year to date is 1854. We hope and we're really striving to top the number of donors at the highest point, which was in fiscal year 12, it looks like 2244. So we still have some time left. I would love to exceed those numbers. And so we're doing everything we can to do that, so that we can also say that this year is, so that we can say we've had the most donors that we've had in the history of the institution this fiscal year. So that's what we're striving for. Someone asked a question earlier, I think it was our HCA president here, in terms of our alumni giving. And so we won't actually talk dollars here. I do not have that information with me, but in terms of the percentage. So this slide really focuses on Alabama A&M University and the percentage of our alumni that actually give back to the institution. And so this data is pulled from last year, fiscal year 20. And so that shows you our alumni giving percentage, 19%, in comparison to HBCU's national 5.7%. And so we're outpacing the national average for HBCUs as it relates to our alumni percentage. And that percentage has been increasing for the most part. We dip every now and then, but it's been increasing for the most part over the last 5 to 6 years. I remember maybe 5 years or so ago, it was around 7%. Had not topped the national average, but we've been able to do that over the last several years. So we feel really good about where we are. That number looks, that percentage looks low when you see 19% out of 100%. But when you compare it to the national average, it really gives you a picture of how we're doing and how we're competing. The next slide shows you Alabama A&M as it relates to alumni giving versus the national average for all institutions, not just HBCUs, given that same regard, again, based on fiscal year 2020. And so 19% again for A&M, the national average for all institutions is 6.1%. So again, we far surpassed what the national average is for HBCU as it relates to alumni giving percentage. And then also what the national average is, all institutions in the West, which includes your HBCUs, but it also includes your Ivy Leagues and R1s and R2s and those other institutions. I want to talk briefly on just a few new strategic partnerships that we've garnered since the last board meeting, I think in February or March. And so St. Mark, that's a local church, St. Mark Baptist Church. That's, I'm proud to say that is my church, under the leadership of Pastor Jeremiah Chester, but they recently completed their scholarship endowment to the university. With AKA, the Gamma Mu Initiates of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Did I say that right, ladies? With the Gamma.
Yes, you said it right.
Speak up, Dr. Pickett.
Hey, we heard you, Dr. Pickett.
The Gamma Mu Initiates, they endowed a scholarship as well. So they have completed their endowment, but they have not stopped. And so I'll talk to you about those amounts here on the next slide. And then Regions Bank, that is a long-time partnership that we've had, a very strong and solid partnership with the university. And so we recently announced a significant gift from Regions that I'll mention here in a second. So you see on the left, that is the check presentation from St. Mark, a total of $25,000. That is cash in hand at the foundation for an endowed scholarship named after the church. On the right, that is a check presentation for $110,000 from the Gamma Mu Initiates, AKA. You're going to see them again during homecoming, more than likely, or an even larger check presentation as we continue to build upon that momentum. And and again, going back to the alumni question, I think Trustee Cole, you asked this about what are some of the differences, things that we've been doing. Well, the Omega started a scholarship push a few years back. But they started a scholarship push a few years back.
Don't start. Don't start.
Deltas came and they kicked the door in.
That's what we do.
And so
That's what
everyone
we
is
do.
still trying to
Kick the door
get up to that standard. Let me say that.
That's what we do. That's
Okay,
what we do. We
okay, I had to
kick the
get
door
this.
in.
Absolutely. But there's a fraternity that's coming up right behind them. The Kappas, they're coming right behind us.
Can you say that one more time, please?
The Kappas are coming right behind them. You're gonna see them for homecoming as well. Major check
Definitely.
presentation.
So whatever amount is short, I got commitment
I will defer that to international headquarters.
Oh, wow, international headquarters. But the Zetas have started, the Alphas have started as well. And so we're just trying to make this a comprehensive deal, really working with our Panhellenic groups, particularly those alumni that have graduated from chapters here at Alabama University. So earlier this week, I think it was Monday, we announced a $250,000 gift as public, which is why I'm saying it, a $250,000 gift from Regions. They have been a tremendous partner with the university. Again, we love to have a $10 or $20 million gift from Regions, but they are for the most part a regional bank. They do have some national scope, but they're a regional bank. But this is the largest gift. Absolutely, absolutely. So, you know, I'll mention this about Regions because I know some of us have friends with Regions at high levels, particularly in Birmingham. And so Regions called during the pandemic. Regions called and reached out from headquarters, and they said, "Hey, I know the institution, you guys are struggling. You're going through a lot of turmoil, just like all institutions are. Nothing different, just due to COVID. You know, what can we do?" And so had some conversations with some colleagues internally, and they the need was direct impact to our students. So that was our Hope for Tomorrow Relief Fund. And so Regis made a $50,000 gift just because directly to support students. And then the $250,000 gift that they just gave recently. So we just announced that. But again, longtime partner with the institution. They provide on an annual basis several financial literacy workshops to our students, also to our student athletes as well. And so just a great and tremendous partner there. Mr. Austin, you asked about some of our corporate partners on a larger scale. So these are just some, these are not all, some of the corporate partners that we have, those major companies, Fortune 100s and 500s that have provided support and continue to provide support to Alabama A&M University. The names are, for the most part, in the logo, so I won't call those out, but you see those and several others. So we're really proud of that. Super excited about the gift that Dr. Williams and his team announced this morning coming from Apple. If you recall back, I think the last board meeting, we talked about this new initiative from Apple that the university was a part of with the Apple Propel Center. And so it's Apple's initiative to address racial inequities. And so in the post-George Floyd era, and we are part of that. And so this is just a continuation of that. So we're just really appreciative of those corporate partners that we have. So I just wanted to mention that as well. No, sir. No, sir. Funds are not in yet.
Oh, you did that in your head, doctor. You know, you don't need the calculator.
He's just getting worried because he knows.
It's a philanthropic hint. Since he wanted to talk right now. All right. So we'll keep it moving. The 21st annual Black Tie Scholarship Gala is broadcast on Friday, May 28th. $310,000 was raised for the event. We actually raised $1,875 the night of the event. Mr. Hackett, if that number rings a bell.
Yeah.
1875, the founding of the institution.
Yeah.
That didn't come from one person. It was several people that gave, and it actually happened to total 1875. I couldn't believe that, but it happened. And so that was a huge success. A lot of great feedback from that. The entertainment was Grammy-nominated music Soul Child and national recording artist Danny Boy, who you may or may not be familiar with him, but familiar with Death Row Records in the 90s and Marion Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur. He was the male vocalist singing a number of the hooks. So Tupac's I Ain't Mad at You, you may not be familiar with that. He sang that hook, Daddy Boy. And so he was featured as well.
Was this the first person that came out?
Yes, it was a Marvin Gaye rendition of, or his rendition of Marvin Gaye's something. And so my last slide, we know that there's a need to increase our content, television content with WJB TV. And so I won't go into depth here, but we are working on several shows to add to the pipeline. One that I'm most excited about is a cooking show, which you see bottom left corner, bottom right corner, just a couple of images. That cooking show was supposed to feature our very own chef Cam, but Cam had an emergency maybe 24 hours prior to shooting, so we had to readjust really quickly. And so we were able to use another local chef. And Chef Cam, for those that don't know, he is considered a celebrity chef, works here at the University for Airmark. He's been on television, a number of reality shows, been featured there, and he's an Alabama A&M University graduate. But he had an emergency, family emergency, and he had to fly out of town. So we had the crew here, so we had to move forward. So we're utilizing Chef Alan Noble. For those that are local Noble chefs, he received his certification from culinary certification from Drake State, one of our sister institutions. And so he is featured along with Danny Boy, again, who has about 2 or 3 restaurants in his hometown of Chicago, and is supposed to be a phenomenal chef as well. And so they teamed up for this cooking show. And we have some other shows that are coming as well. You'll hear more about that probably during our next board meeting. And that can, I'm sorry. You need a backup. I'm kind of, under the radar, but I'm on my way up. Just saying. Okay. Good to know. Hey, those hot dogs are changed. Oh, hot dogs. So,
Tucker,
Patricia, I have a question. Are we going to re-engage from a marketing standpoint? Are we going back to the billboards and doing another campaign? Great question. Okay. So we actually updated billboards, I think last year throughout the state. So we replaced the vinyl, added new updated photos as well. There may be another need to look at that because they do wear and tear after a while, being weather. But from a marketing standpoint, what we're doing now, so it's a timely question. You will be seeing starting July 1 in the markets of Huntsville, Birmingham, Mobile, and also in the Atlanta metro area, commercials featuring the university. We took advantage of a discount, which meant we're starting earlier than the commercial will be ready. So what you will see first are the commercials that we already had for the 4 academic colleges until our new commercial is ready. But we're already working toward that. It's being shot by Isabel Brothers. And so you'll see that starting, or you'll see Alabama A&M University's commercials back on television beginning July 1 in those markets. In addition to that, it is my belief that we really need to move more into digital marketing space and platform for several reasons. Number one, the bulk of the marketing that we do is enrollment-based marketing, right? Because that's what we do. And so because of that, our students, Mr. Austin, as you know, our students are online, our students are on social media. And so that's where we have to be as well from a marketing standpoint to be able to engage not only current students, but the prospective student, that high school student as well. And so we have a proposal that should be in my email today that we're looking at to really try to put a hard press on to support the work that Mr. Green and Dr. Pitcher are doing in admissions to really try to drive those numbers and get to where we need to be this fall. And we've been doing things throughout the year as it relates to that. Also as it relates to digital marketing, there's an initiative with the College of Education to push more African-American male teachers. And so they're utilizing some digital marketing components there as well. So you'll see us more digitally in the future as well. Are there any other questions at this time from members of the board?
Okay.
None, I'll turn it back over to Trustee Watts.
Dr. Tucker, I want to, on behalf of me and the co-chair, Trustee Williams, would like to thank you for everything that you've done. A couple of things I just want to point out. When I came to be on the board here at Alabama A&M, I had a conversation with the president, and it was concerning fundraising and things of that nature because my background came from a private institution, and the fundraising at a private institution is totally different from the fundraising at a public institution. And I didn't know that at the time. And so I was seeing a disparity in numbers. And he said, well, Trustee Watts, you have to understand, public HBCUs are different from private HBCUs. And so when you look at the numbers that you presented, I think it was the 2020 giving, it was like at 5.8 million or something like that. But then when you put the other slide up, I think there were only 1,800 donors, which is an extremely low number. And so, of course, Dr. Tucker and I have talked in private about, some things in order to make sure that the marketing and advancement department is moving in the right direction. And so all those things are coming to pass, but I just want you to think about $5.8 million from 1,800 people. There are at least 2,000 people that graduated from A&M in Huntsville, and in Birmingham, in Atlanta, in Mobile, And so we have to help not only with the alumni, but just, I mean, that is an extremely low number. But even with those numbers, you know, you're still producing what you're producing with the resources that you have. And that is excellent. And I just want to thank you and your staff and everybody that's a part of this. And I mean, this is where we are now, but this is, you know, that's not where we're going. This is good for where we are right now, but that won't take us to where it is that we want to go. And we want to make sure that we support you as you continue along this line. I just wanted to publicly thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Watt.
With that, we'll end this portion. And what are we doing? Okay, Dr. Clark. The illustrious Dr. Clark updated today. Dr. Damian Clark. Let's get it out. Call your whole government name.
One and only. Good afternoon, everyone.
Relative to our ability to pivot quickly during the pandemic. While many institutions were still trying to bring their infrastructure up, because of the leadership we have here. So we just need to do a couple tweaks here. Thank him for knows the area, is quite versed in the experience. So it's fortunate for that.
I was just going to say thank you very much. All right, so good afternoon, everyone again. So earlier in the student affairs presentation, we heard about the one-stop shop, the concept of a one-stop shop. So this came from the problem of students bouncing around to different areas to get their business done and the lack of proper customer service. So we came up with this concept called a one-stop shop, which according to student affairs, and I'll use their words, will take a proactive approach to resolve student issues, and coordinators of different units will coordinate together. Directors of different units will coordinate together to cross-reference and share information. So the objective is to increase customer service and to enhance operational efficiency. So my presentation today is to talk about the technology that we are going to use to support the one-stop shop to increase customer service and enhance operational efficiency. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to implement what is called a passwordless authentication process. Now, currently we have what is called a multi-factor authentication. If you want to authenticate and get access to our IT resources, you would need to have a password. And when you enter your password, you get a PIN on your cell phone and you put in the PIN and you get logged in. Well, even though that's great for security, it's not too inconvenient. The problem is if somebody forgets their password, how do they renew it? It's a burden on IT when that happens. So we're going to actually eliminate the password and go to a passwordless solution where the user's knowledge of the password is eliminated. And I'll demonstrate what I mean by that. So we put in the username, password, we select whether we want the PIN to the email or the cell phone. And when we get the PIN, we put the PIN in and we are logged in. The passwordless solution, you would just need to put in your username, which is your first name dot last name, and hopefully you won't forget that. And you will get a message to your cell phone. And once you approve that message, you'll be able to log in, not only to the computer, the applications online, but also to your device. So this is the new way of being logging into your computer on your desk or your laptop. So the second step we're going to take is what we call in a hyper-connected, hyper-personalized, and chatbot system. Now, currently, when you log in, you're presented with a screen where all of the applications that we offer faculty, students, and staff is presented in what we call a single pane of glass. So if you want to go, if a student wants to read their email, they will click on Gmail. If they want to know what courses they're doing, they go into Banner. If they want to know the specific assignments that they're doing, they go into Blackboard. Each one of those applications have a specific user experience, and it's a very different user experience. So even though those applications on the back end are integrated and they share data in the back end, they are not integrated in a manner that could be more intuitively presented to the end user. So what we're going to do is not only integrate that data in the back end even more, but we're going to present it in what we're calling a hyper-personalized portal, right? And this is an example of what the portal is going to look like. So instead of clicking into Banner to get your grades or clicking into Blackboard to get your assignments, this one single pane of glass, this one portal will have all of the information that an individual would need. So if you're a student, it will be personalized for you as a student. If you're a staff, it will be personalized for you as a staff, just as with faculty. So in this example, we can see this is a student profile. We can see the GPA. We can see the FAFSA. We can see that there's an alert on the top right-hand corner. There are alerts that this particular student has. If she clicks on the alert, she gets a drop-down menu. The first alert is course registration. If she clicks on course registration, she can register in that portal. So everything is done in that portal. There's no need to jump to Banner to do that and jump to Blackboard to see your courses in Blackboard. Everything is done in that one portal. And the student could pick their courses in that portal, either on a laptop, a desktop, or on a phone, and register for classes. The other thing we're going to implement is what is called a chatbot. Now, we actually tried to implement this before. It wasn't too successful because it was a bit too static, meaning that we had to input, assume questions and assume answers. And if somebody asks the chatbot a question that we didn't input, then the chatbot couldn't answer. This chatbot will be AI driven. So if it gets a question it cannot answer, it will alert us and we will put in an answer and update the answers for the chatbot dynamically. So what is a chatbot? So a chatbot is an AI, artificial intelligence driven applications where a human can interact with it and get a response. So in this graphic, you see the interaction is via text, but you could actually talk to a chatbot also. So you could text to the chatbot or talk to the chatbot. So what is it used for? With the back-end integrations to the different departments across the campus, it can be used to answer a whole lot of different questions that instead of calling the department, you can use the chatbot to get the question answered. So what we hope to accomplish, extended service hours and shortened response time. So instead of waiting on a call, a parent, a prospective student, a current student could go to the website, could download the chatbot and get an answer to the question. And we want to increase student and staff satisfaction. So the digital aspect of the one-stop shop is a hyper-connected, hyper-personalized system. With all of that data properly integrated, now we could track students from the prospective student, freshman, senior, graduate, all the way to alumni. We could do recruiting, retention, quality, and affinity with the type of data this hyper-personalized portal will be collected. With that data, now we have even more data to do retention better. So we can address issues earlier rather than later in the process. And the data covers, as I said, from the prospective student to the current student, alumni, and staff. short and sweet. Any
So,
questions?
yeah, I got a question. So the chatbot will be designed that you will program like an algorithm or something, you program it in there, all the different various questions that might be asked, and then the various ways of responding, because there's no staffing required
No,
in the
yes.
chat. So is that kind
Yes.
of what you would do, is program it,
Yes,
answer different ways?
yes.
And
So this,
so, yeah,
yeah, so the specific chatbot we are using comes with thousands of questions already in it already. And these questions are specific to an education environment.
yeah.
All right, and if somebody happens to ask a question that is not in our database, we will be alerted and we can add an answer to that question.
Yeah, because I have had issues with chat.
Yes, so
No
it's,
surprise, no surprise.
so it's actually, no, we all are having issues with chat, but it's a fairly new technology
Okay.
and it's learning, right? So,
So you're saying, so my challenges was, if I asked a question, they didn't answer, and they'll just say, can you repeat it again? Can you repeat it again?
Right.
So you're saying, if that happens with a parent, a teacher, a student, whatever,
yeah,
that you will be alerted
yes,
that the chatbot has asked the same question in a row, and then
Yes.
you can jump in
yes,
and then answer.
yes.
Okay.
Any chat, and any question the chatbot has issue with, we will be alerted on it.
So it builds over time. So couldn't answer it this time. So now. expand. But something
Yeah.
very frustrating. Like I said, the good part about this is that. But the other thing that happens is, as
It learns.
they eliminate smaller answers over. So as a student, it becomes more
Intelligent.
Yeah. More intelligent in terms of responding. But what I like about this whole concept is that it provides on-demand responses and opportunities for our students. No, this office is open. Get a response to whatever.
So it will help improve our customer service.
Yes.
As well as,
So that's the way we think about it, we interact. That's what we typically. Sometimes. I can ask them for.
that's right. I just shut you up. Goodbye.
Well, I'm glad you said it's for an academic environment, because I tell you, I was on the Delta airline chat box, and I was just trying to use my e-credit and change my flight and do that, and I had to wait 3 hours to talk to a person. So let me go to the chat box, and it just still didn't.
It took me 24 hours. That was a three. Very well done, Dr. Gibson.
Dr. Clark.
That's the vision. I'm with you.
Yeah, this is the money guy. Think about the guy that's paying for all.
Okay. Dr. Clark,
Yes.
the technology with the what, we're currently on single sign-on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're converting to a portal system
Yes.
because all the data is already there. So
Yes.
you're just feeding it on into the portal.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, are we using a different platform, or are we using the same platform just with an added feature to the current platform?
Yeah, excellent question. We actually are using we are going to move to a different platform.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, so this portal aggregates all of the data in a nice kind of a Facebook style portal to present the data.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that was my question, because I didn't know how they was going to convert from single sign-on.
Yeah.
With the different logarithms to do a portal without the whole transfer. But if you go into a different system, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He hasn't tested out. He hasn't tested the system out.
Yeah, so the goal is to,
Oh, I understand.
yeah, the goal is to go live next month. And my test case is sitting right next to you.
Oh, I know. I knew that was coming, but that's beside the point. That's what I get for being a geek, right?
Well, I'm just thinking, if it makes simple enough for me to understand, provide limited knowledge of technology. I'm normally the test case when they have, yes. But it does work,
All right, there's no more questions. Thank you, Dr. Clark. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, I'll turn that back over to you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Trustee Watts, and Trustee Williams, and our presenters, Dr. Tucker, Damien, and Dr. Clark. Next on the agenda, athletics.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. All right, I want to introduce our athletic director, our SWAC champion, athletic director. Turn it over to
Feel like I need to stand up.
Mr. Brian Higgs.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Doing well. You promising
We'll cover, oh, it's moving now. How about that? Okay. We'll cover today our academic highlights, our athletic highlights. We'll review our COVID-19 protocols, and we'll talk about the upcoming football season and our schedule. I'd like to thank our committee, co-chair Michelle Gainey, co-chair Kevin Ball, and Mr. Hackett, Mr. John Hackett Jr., and Mr. Chris Robinson. So thank you for your support. And this has been a good year for us. Despite COVID-19, despite the challenges and the difficulties we have, our student athletes, our staff did an outstanding job of managing that in a very difficult time. And I was really excited for them. You take a look at the academic highlights. We had 11 of the 13 have a cumulative GPA of 3.0. That's about 85% of the teams that we have here. Our women's tennis team leads the pack, and they've led the pack for some time, but they outstanding with a GPA cumulative 3.7 and 3.69. So in the classroom, we were really able to get it done. The GPA for the full year during the COVID was a 3.23. We had 40 student athletes with a term GPA of 4.0 and 14 with a cumulative GPA of 4.0. Athletic director's honor roll, we had 181 student athletes out of about 300 this past year that had 3.0 or better. And then the SWAC academic all academic team that will be announced in the next day or so, we'll have 198. And this is based on a cumulative GPA of 3.0 or better. Outstanding. I mean, just really met the mark of what we wanted to do in the classroom. We had 38 graduates this past spring, and we had 50 for the year during COVID-19. And like I said, we were highlighted by the women's tennis team, our soccer team, and volleyball team. They're the top three for the term. And then the cumulative was our women's tennis, soccer, and men's tennis. Mr. Smith, good job. I highlighted the graduates, and really what's important, I want you to see, one, the diversity of disciplines of our student athletes. It's not the misnomer of what type of program we're in. As you can see, from mechanical engineering to electrical engineering to marketing, but every endeavor that you might want to think of, our student athletes have been represented. And that's a testament to the work and the people and the staff, the faculty here of assisting them. We had baseball had 2, men's basketball had 2 to graduate, women's basketball 3, bowling 1. Football, we had 11 that graduated, spring and summer. Women's tennis, we had 2. Men's golf, softball 3, men's 2. So basically what you see is we are a young group. We have a lot of coming back. And I'll mention some things about legislation that can affect and help us and hinder us in some areas as we go forward. But outstanding job academically.
I want you to go back to that again.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a point that is missed a lot of time, and one that I think we can effectively use to recruit students to this university. No, we may not be able to give you the television coverage. One thing you're going to get by coming here, Alabama University, not be a degree in basket weaving. Correct. Be a degree in a discipline area that you will be prepared to do something in life. And I think that's very important. Because a lot of times, some of these institutions, they do a great job of recruiting young people, only to find out that they never received a degree from the institution. And if they do receive a degree, it's not anything that is going to get worthwhile for them. So I think that's the point. Drive home, you start seeing, you've got athletes in electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, et cetera. That's a lot about the institution, the caliber of the student. Lost.
And also too, just wanted to piggyback, Brian, just the prepared readiness of your coaches has been extraordinary. And we know the amount of discipline it takes just to be a student. And then on top of that, to be a student athlete, and to maintain a GPA all across the board, and watching how each of these young men and women respect their coaches. So a lot has to do with the leadership of our athletic department and the staff and the compliance, because we have come a long way. And I think it needs to be noted where we are in looking at the GPAs of all your athletes, and where we rank has got to be in the top 10% of all universities, not HBCUs, but all universities across the board in the NCAA. This is definitely a major accomplishment for your program, and I'm just proud to be a part of this committee, and I just wanted to make sure we recognize that.
Thank you. So yes, we're getting it done in the classroom, and this past spring, we had a pretty exciting athletic season on the playing field. As you can see, we had 1 national champion, men's football team. We had 3 NCAA appearances. We had 4 SWAC championships. We had 15 All-Americans. We had 3 National Player of the Years. We had 1 SWAC Player of the Year. We had a SWAC Freshman of the Year. We had 40 All-SWAC honors. We had 4 National Player of the Weeks. We had 34 SWAC Weekly honors. We had 2 SWAC Championship MVPs, and we had the first CASITA Academic All-District member since 1998. CASITA, that's the Sports Information Directors Association.
Let's take us back to that slide again. Let's go back to that slide, because you just ran through that as if that's like an everyday store walking down the street. I think everyone just really needs to take this in and look at what, we talked about when I first came on this board, a program that was in reconstruction. And to see what the numbers are, just a matter of, 3 years? Correct. In one of the most difficult times in our country to not, be COVID free, to play, to prepare, to the mental stress and anxiety, and to look at what we have been able to do here at Alabama Agriculture and Mechanical University is just blows my mind, right? And so I know Hicks likes to blow through a slide, But I want everyone to take a look at that slide. You don't see those numbers in any athletic program. And I just think we all just need to take that in for a minute and just say, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Trustee Gainey, I just want to reciprocate what you just said. You know, we forget the long-term strategy that this is going to bring to the university, the diversity of athletics that are, you know, students that are coming across the country that are going to be looking at stable institutions that were able to pivot and actually, you know, bring attention to excellence, not on the field, but also off the field. Kudos to you, Mr. Hicks. You've done a remarkable job, the community as well as nationally and locally. HBCUs are starting to get some highlight, and you know we're sitting on the top right now. So, Trustee Gainey, I kudos your statements.
And I'm just hoping in the future, I'm talking to, you know, Crumpleton, Franks, and Robinson, and Hackett, and Chairman Williams, that we find some way to work with our marketing communication team, because, you know, looking at some of the institutions that are not even in our hometown that are being able to get recognition, and it's small recognition, right? And they're painted across our backyard, and they're getting money out of our backyard from foundation. And so just imagine if we are able to promote what we have here, the amount of people will be reaching out to an athletic department, trying to help assist in any way possible. So I'm doing the charge, if I could help in any way, of helping with those relationships and working with you or the marketing department to kind of get this out there, because this is front page news, especially on your sports section.
The SWAC championships, is that 4 up to date or 4?
No, this past spring.
This
past spring,
What's
yes.
the 4?
There was two individuals, Denise Looney, well, I'll show you, Denise Looney and Nakia Slaughter, along with football and men's tennis.
And how would you?
Two teams and two individuals.
Okay.
Yes.
And I would just like to also point out, as a student athlete under AD Hicks and on the men's tennis team, it's been an honor just being able to play for my university and bring pride and bring home a championship for the first time in our history of being in the SWAC. So, our team is extremely grateful for all that you've done for us. We say all the time, we went from there's a song by Rod Wave, it's called Rags to Riches, and we went from rags to riches, and you helped us get that way, get all the way there. So we're just extremely grateful. We still want our courts though.
Yes, sir, I know that. I know that. And we're right on that. We're on time for that too. We're right on time for those courts too. We're right on time. But Austin just said, like, it is the first time in history that's been done. And I tell our staff, and Austin, I tell you when we have I talk about the effort that Coach Mbande, the team, and what they did. And our football and all the other sports have done exciting well. But you really just don't understand how far tennis had to come. I mean, from part-time coaches, limited scholarships, individuals want to put other individuals on the team. People, I mean, when I got here, I think I had him, I said, listen, I need you to have 5 individuals. I just need them breathing, walking, and playing. All right? I told Coach about it. Me and him talk about this to this day. I mean, we literally just, anybody that was on campus that could play, because that's where we were. That was the reality where we were. 7 years later, we win with the best, and we played the number 3 team in the country at the University of Tennessee. And I sat down with them. We had that morning breakfast. We were in Knoxville, and I told them, I said, now, how many of you really thought we'll be right here?
And I didn't raise my hand. I didn't believe it.
Yes, and so outstanding job by them. And Coach Mbande, not only did he do, he's an outstanding person and Coach of the Year and so on. So anyway, outstanding group. Tennis, we're really proud, and we're proud of all the other teams too. The special honors that we have, obviously we have some top-notch student athletes. On the 19th, Coach Maynard and he'll receive the Eddie Robinson finalists will be part of that. I guess in Atlanta, he received one of the HBCU and along with the Keel Glass. Dariana Stretch Lewis, she's the academic all-district team selected by the Sports Information. And so that region that she's in, that includes Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Tennessee, every school in the Southeast region. And she did an outstanding job. Not only, this is the first in the Division I era, and it was the fourth of all time and the first time in 29 years. So she did an outstanding job. And we had Matola tournament MVP in men's tennis. Then in softball, we had the freshman of the year, Esperanza Cole. She did an outstanding job, and that's the second in our program history to receive that award. So outstanding, and the future is very bright in those programs. Then we continue as the National Players of the Year. Dariana Lewis, not only she do it in the classroom, a biology major, she did it, she was a Black College Sports Network, Box Toro. Box Toro is one of the leading Black College sports, Akil Glass. That was the first in our program history. And then so football, we had a total of 12. Women's basketball, we had 2. Men's basketball, Jalen Johnson was our lone All-American Box Toro. And then we had several weekly honors by the program, as you can see. And this is consistently what we've been able to do. Baseball, we had 1. Men's basketball had 4. Women's basketball, 5. Football, 4. Women's soccer, 4. Softball, 5. Indoor track and field, men's outdoor track and field, 2. Women's indoor track and field, women's outdoor track and field. So you can see across the board, from all different disciplines, we have been able to do well. And so the athletic achievements, I think this is really big to let us know where we are. Whether it's first team or second team, we identify those at the end of the year. We highlight them. We haven't had our best awards for the last couple of years. So we'll do that at the welcome back and honor these young men and women for what they did. Football, we had 11 student athletes that was all SWAC. Women's soccer had 3. Men's basketball had 2 that were all SWAC. Women's basketball had 2. Women's tennis had 2. Softball, we had 2. Esperanza, she covered it 2 times. And then women's indoor track and field, 7, and women's outdoor track and field, 11. And here's the other 2 champions. And look at here, Denise Loney, she's a pole vaulter. Not many in HBCU rank, and there's a pole vaulter, and she's been outstanding for us. Akia Slaughter did an outstanding job in the 100 and 200 meters, and she was in the NCAA this year. Football, like I said, we had our first ever HBCU national championship. So really proud of that. And then men's tennis, we had the SWAC tournament champion, which was the first in the program history. And this is our first undefeated season since 1966. So a lot of things going. Despite COVID, despite what the student athletes were doing, we really got a chance to get out in the community, protection, safely. And we were cautious the way we did it, but we had some corporations that we work with, Protective Life. We have a good partnership with them where we identify community partners, student athletes as community leaders, getting them involved. We went to locally. I think that's critical for us being right here in North Huntsville. I worked with the elementary schools. We had a reading. Our student athletes did an outstanding job. We had 65 student athletes read Friday. I think it was on Fridays to element by Zoom. We didn't go into the school, so we're able to go to the schools by Zoom, reading to the student athletes, to the students of the school. And then our partnership with Academy Sports. We highlight different community leaders. We proud and give them support. We partner with the Southwestern Athletic Conference with that. And we actually give to those different programs. This one in particular is done with the Lakewood Recreation Program, which is right across the street here. I used to play there, and we were able to support their football programs and their softball programs and men's basketball. Each program received $1,000. So we're able to really assist them and during a very tough time, because many of our kids obviously didn't have the tools or the equipment required to play during this time. So which leads us to where we are now as a COVID protocols and what we're doing. I'll just go big shot picture of where we are here. We have about 108 student athletes on campus now. We have, and we're still under COVID protocols. It's still real. It's still important for us to understand that. Our students now, we encourage them to be vaccinated. Of our 108, Dr. Guinea, I think we are about 45%, I think, that are vaccinated. And so we'll continue to monitor and manage that. We'll be seeing legislation throughout the summer on what the NCAA is recommending or other schools are doing as it relates to return to practice, return to play. The guidelines and the stipulation for those that are vaccinated will be lesser at the end of the day than those that are not vaccinated. So we got to find a happy medium to ensure the safety and the importance of our student athletes being able to continue to play and continue to practice. We have several that have questions, and so it is our job to continue to educate them on the importance of going through the vaccination. I anticipate that there will be, we had our SWAC conference call the other day, and last year you saw there was a lot of cancellations. You saw a lot of teams not being able to play. The expectation this year, as of today, will be they're going to play. So we will need to find out. We'll have to go back and look at all our contracts. Attorney Deborah, we got our work cut out for us. But we'll look at those contracts because those all have financial penalties. And so it's important for us to educate our student athletes the importance of, one, being safe. Two, if they wanted to compete, understand what the requirements, what they are. Currently, there's nothing mandatory for those, but we do have to communicate that the implications for teams that may not be able to play. So we will be testing. If currently right now, you're testing 3 times a week. They have 1 PCR test in the beginning, and then Wednesday we'll do an antigen test, Friday do another antigen test, and we'll continue that throughout the summer. And as we get more of our student athletes, and we have several students, I said it's about 45%, but we have several that have received one of the vaccination. And so we're waiting for them to get their second test as they go through. Our workouts had begun, and we started like right before May. And so now we're looking at our students who are fully vaccinated, and they can go ahead and get started. And the ones that are not vaccinated, like I stated, be going through the testing. An area that will help us going forward, we do things in pods. So we try to limit the number of cases, limit the number of individuals who could be affected. But what we found out as we look at it, we mix some things in the workouts because not wanting that to damage our whole group. So we had all the vaccinations individuals to go. That means the whole, if one of them tests positive, because you still can test positive, we would lose every last one of them for a period of time. So we got to be sure that we manage that. It's very tricky. And I just want to say that Huntsville Hospital and their staff, along with our staff, have done an outstanding job in helping us manage that. You can see the results that happened during this past basketball season, football season, and even through baseball and softball that we were able to do. So it's been very challenging. In addition to the testing, we do cardiac screening, which is even more critical. So for those that have been tested, have tested positive, their heart conditions, their strength and wellness, we really have to manage that because there have been signs that you may have conditions with your heart after testing positive. So we manage that. Every last student, any student that tested positive with COVID-19, get tested screening, get their cardiac screening. And we look at that, manage it, and then have a reacclimatization before they get started. Talk about the vaccines.
I got a question on the vaccination.
In regards to, I know, during this pandemic, we did check-ins regularly, probably around 8 to, I want to say, or it was early in the morning
Yes.
until like 8 or 9 o'clock. Will that still be in place for all student athletes?
Yes, so when we return back to school in the fall, we will continue those protocols, the conic testing, the app, that will be in place. Matter of fact, it just started this week for us for the summer. And basically that testing, it was just the screening for your temperature and the check-in before you come in. So before you get started, before they get a wristband stating that, hey, they have good temperature, and then they have not been affected or been around anyone who have tested positive. So we'll continue that during the fall, despite what happens in the rest of society going forward.
So you may have already stated this, AD Hicks, but what is the SWAC's protocol for, I know what we're doing. And I'm very comfortable and confident of what we're doing in vaccinating our student athletes. My concern are those that our student athletes are playing against.
Yes.
What is in place from a protocol method from the SWAC policies and make sure that we are not affected if they're not adhering to the same type of policies we're doing?
So like I mentioned, we had our meetings Monday, and it was stated clearly that there would be more stringent policies as it relates to COVID-19 and the testing of our students. So that they will have the mandated 3 times testing a week, and there will be an extension on the quarantine time. So for those students that have not been tested and they test positive, the quarantine has typically been 14 days. They're moving it to 21 days. So if you test positive and you're not able to compete, there's very significant challenges going forward. I anticipate legislation will continue to reflect that being tested, being positive, and protecting not only the team that you're on, but the other teams you play has been taken into account with the SWAC.
So if a team has to, if a team does not play,
we have to reschedule it now.
it's not rescheduled, it's not considered a loss?
Yes, well, so right now it is, you have the opportunity to reschedule it. And if you don't reschedule it, then it goes into the rules of the SWAC, where it could be laws, it could be loss of it, and then it could be a fee penalty. So all of those things, as you go further down, it will affect the schools if they do not compete. Then we have the football schedule for this upcoming year. We'll have 5 home games as of today. We have South Carolina State, which would be our annual Lewis Cruise game. And then we'll be back October 9th for Jackson State, will be homecoming. And then we'll have Florida A&M. That should be fun. October 16th. And then we have the Magic City Classic. I think we began conversations with them next week, and all the plans are that it will be Magic City Classic as it has been in the past. But a lot of time, a lot of errors in between that time. So we'll see where we are as that. And then we'll come back home after that with Mississippi Valley State. Then we're away at Texas Southern, and we'll wrap it up with the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff as a repeat from this past championship game right here at Lewis Cruise. And then our hope that we'll be hosting the SWAC championship December 4th. And then the Celebration Bowl.
That's right.
The weekend after that. Celebration Bowl is still in play. It will be in Atlanta this year. So,
Dr. Hicks, did I hear you on the December 4th game, you went ahead and guaranteed us another SWAC championship? Is that what you did?
Good observation. That's what I heard too. That's what I heard.
Is that what you heard?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
No.
That's a
Mr.
pardon
Hicks,
gift for Dr. Hugini. Yeah, that's
question
what I heard.
for you,
Yes, sir.
So we don't have any of those Division I games this year?
Not this year. So you remember,
'Cause I know we
right,
had some scheduled last year, and of course, they
Yes.
canceled, so we were not able to schedule.
you know, so we moved, we're in negotiation with the schools that we lost. Mississippi State, I can say, it was already scheduled. You guys might decide. Okay, very good. So we have other schools that we're trying to renegotiate the time.
Broadcast, I don't want you to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want that to be posted. Yeah. Yes.
What championship game still scheduled for Legion?
No, it will be back at a home site. The team, they'll be on the home site of the best of the two teams, the highest record.
Yeah, that was just a compromise that was worked out because of the effects of the pandemic. Difficult to determine which should host, but because of no fault of their own, they couldn't play certain games. So the agreement between the two institutions and the conference site.
And trustee AD Hicks, can you just kind of give us an update? I know that myself and trustee Ball was unable to be on the call yesterday due to travel. Could you just give all of the trustees an update on the celebration of welcoming our SWAC champions back to the Hill?
Okay, so we will be celebrating our men's tennis team along with our men's football team in a celebration, ring ceremony. It's gonna be pretty big. Let me say, it's gonna be pretty big. We are scheduling out. We need to finalize. We had some things come up yesterday. So you got, I'll give you.
Don't have the detail at this point. I would prefer to have a conversation because we are being broadcast live. Once you put it down, then it's gone. So if you got the details, that's fine.
No.
If you have details with the chair, that's fine. But if you don't have the details, you might want to wait and get some more details before you put it out because again, broadcast live.
Well, we'll finalize the date and we'll get that information out.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got some updates you can give us by tomorrow, perhaps, that's, I just don't want to, I know how it is, say it. Can't put it back.
Yeah, we need to finalize the date and it won't be by tomorrow.
That's why you
sure.
guaranteed the sweat.
So I didn't do that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's it for athletics. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Trustee Gaines and I have had conversations more than once about the marketing of the athletic department, especially the things that she's talked about, and others talked about, the accomplishments. What is your marketing? How does your marketing team work? How's that process done, and what assistance, if any, do you need?
Well, we need a lot, actually, compared to what our staff, you see our budget, we don't have that many staff, so everyone chips in. So how does it work? Our sports information director does our social media, does our public, each one of the coaches are involved. We collaborate with Dr. Tucker and his staff on some of the corporate and individual campaigns, but we have a specific plan through sports information, through head coaches.
Is your sports information person coordinate very closely with Dr. Tucker's office?
Yes.
Is that
Yes,
kind of-
we just recently hired him, and so we just established how we want to do that.
Because I've not been happy with the amount of cooperation, collaborations, and support that I think sports, that information should be going to the general public in a more comprehensive and rapid fire way. I mean, the things that are being accomplished, that all of the accomplishments are just not being put out there in a way that I think highlights the accomplishment of this university.
So you don't get those awards if they're not highlighted. Let me start there. It doesn't happen. It never did happen before. And we did, no, I'm just saying, so the communication for those different awards are given out weekly. So Each board member, every story that goes out of our athletic, each board member gets that week.
You know, I don't mean.
No,
board
no,
members.
no, I'm just saying, and so not only that, that's the media, that's every local media, Birmingham, Bill, that's sent out.
But what it
instantly.
boils down to though, and I'm sorry to interrupt, is
It's a
you gotta,
relationship.
you gotta pay to play. If we want the story out there, we have to have these partnerships.
Yes.
And so it's up to us to work on those.
That's what I want.
Sometimes, yes, sometimes they're gonna pick it up for free, not very likely. Not very likely, but occasionally.
Okay.
But when we want our story out there, we've got to collaborate with the media outlets and we've got to find out what's it going to cost us to get it on the paper.
And Ginger, to your point, he's hired the SID, but we need to look at, just as Dr. Houdini divided those responsibilities. What we're seeing is he may need to increase the budget to add additional staff to
Correct.
create those and foster
Correct.
those relationships, to be able to build relationships with the AL.com and these different markets that we're trying to do. So, Brian, I think, we do need to potentially make that request and see how budgeting wise, what we can do, because to increase that budget to fully do that. But to do that, obviously, we need to increase our revenue as well. So we got to look at additional creative fundraising ways and things we're doing surrounding all of our programs to, increase our ticket sales and most importantly, sponsorships. But again, it takes money to be able to designate somebody who that's all they do.
Yeah.
Is that.
And trustee
Agreed.
Ball, one thing I'd say is we need to probably put together a wish list budget. What
Yeah.
would it cost to make
Yeah.
that happen? And then when you talk about increasing revenue, we can't underestimate, with those accolades, and if we get that story out there, students don't only look for just a place where academia is all that they're looking for, especially those that are athletes, right? Student athletes. And when we get that out there, our enrollment will go up, right? And when our enrollment goes up, our revenue goes up, right? And we have to take a portion of that and we have to allocate it because the budget is so small in athletics. And I know because I was previously on that committee, and I think that you guys do a great job with the very limited resources that we have, so.
And Ginger and Brian, and most importantly, Trustee Gainey, I think we can say this as far as evaluating or comparing with the University of Alabama as a football program. And it's a known fact, because they have been so successful in football, it has impacted their enrollment. That we can say that in this form. That is a matter of fact, not guesstimation or matter of opinion. So let's look at what are some of the best practices in some of these other programs that have been successful. So therefore, we don't have to recreate the wheel. Let's just try to increase that. And I want to engage Trustee Gainey and Ginger and Hackett, everybody's on the committee to do just that.
And- Yeah, and I'm just saying, your guys are doing it's a lot, what you're doing over there, right? To try to pull aside and to do this. And so I have some ideas, and I'll talk to you and Trustee Ball and Trustee Ginger on ways that, from a grassroots bootstrap way that we can do this in pulling in, and I'm sure Dr. Tucker
Yes.
wouldn't mind if it's going to be helping him bring money into the institution. I think that we can come up with a strategy, guys, and it's something simple. And I'll talk to Dr. Houdini about it. And so I think we'll be well on our way, because it's about building. It's not also about money. It's also about building the relationship, knowing the person's name, being able to send something to someone directly and they receive it. Because there are smaller institutions that doesn't have the type of students, the revenue or program or the academic that we have that are getting front page. And a lot of that is their relationship, and it's not money. So I think there's a way we can do this, guys. Let's just kind of talk about the first steps. And I think we will be well on our way.
Very good. Great. Yes, sir. Yes, you want to, what do you guys have? You have time? No, I was going to say we could do it at dinner, but what I do. Yes.
We already sent that.
To that dinner.
Well, here's the deal. I know you guys might have already sent it.
Yeah.
Due to the size of the ring and this gold, or whatever you might want to say, the thickness of it, this ring will give you probably be a larger size. So I wanted to see, I'm gonna have you sign so that if it's as thick as it could be, it'll be more replicable to what it'll fit on your hand, okay? So,
Let's deal with that at dinner.
yeah, do that at dinner, have that.
Okay. Let's get the sizes based on. Football ring.
Just remember, you're getting two of them too. It's two rings.
Did you hear what I said, Dr. King? You get another one.
No, we had bowling.
You get two of them.
I got a bowling. Football, football.
You, yeah, you get two of them, President Hugani. Yeah.
All the others that we wanted.
And Brian, the last question would
Yes,
be,
sir.
it's surrounding, preparing for the upcoming fall. Are there gonna be any changes to tailgating, or is that gonna be available during football season? Any information for the public on that?
We still, we haven't finalized it. Obviously, we're waiting for CDC guidelines. We are looking at, we get with Airmark as we think about the parking and where we will be as far as the event center and what areas and what we're doing. So we have a group now, and we're finalizing that, and our goal is to have that in July. Have all that information in July. So our intent is to try, but obviously we need to hear CDC guidelines and take a look at what it actually looks like for us.
Thank you.
We need to also continue to talk with the people in Legion Field because they have not finalized what they're going to do for the medicine. Came out later.
Yeah, I think it's part of the problem. I think a part of the problem is that everyone is trying to wait until the very last minute that they can make a decision. But we really just don't, we still don't know about this whole thing. It's still evolving, and so we're just monitoring very carefully to see where we are and how it's moving. And so we want to get to the very last day we can make decisions. But once you put something out, you can't do it.
Mark, I just want to say, you know, we kind of beat you up the last couple of years, but you know what? You delivered. You delivered, and in a timely fashion. So
there you go.
Here it is. Oh, well, not yet, but.
Thank you, A.D. Hicks.
Thank you.
That concludes our report, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chairman Ball and Gaines. We're gonna move on. Time has gotten way past. We've got a couple of more items we gotta address. And Trustee Cole, we'll have a governance committee. There are some things that are not on the agenda that will be addressed. One will be Trustee Robinson giving us a report on the presidential party, and Attorney Stapley giving another thing on trustees.
Some questions that were around board tenure
Yes.
that were asked.
Take it over, Trustee.
Good evening, everybody. On our committee serves trustees Dr. Jeanette Jones, Trustee Robinson, Trustee Frank Williams, and Trustee Crunkleton. The first item, I believe, is AAMU Reimagine, and so I will turn that over to the President Pro Tem or Dr. Swoop, I believe.
Dr. Swoop would take this, and she's gonna give us a brief overview of where we are. It's gonna be a very abbreviated presentation.
I'm scared where this is going yet.
Nothing.
He's like,
Ain't
oh,
nothing.
Lord.
Nothing, honey.
Move right along.
The members of our committee, trustee Gainey, trustee Frank Williams, trustee Crumpington, and trustee Harper. And Dr. Tucker, and Mr. Hudson as well. Thank you, Trustee Harper. And this is being facilitated by Dr. Sweet.
Start the presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I will not be long. I just wanted to provide an opportunity of what we've been doing with the AAMU Reimagine Branding Initiative. We're not using the word campaign, we're using the word initiative and branding initiative. And so as Trustee Williams already stated, if I can go to the next slide. The members of our committee are Trustee Jerome Williams, Trustee Ginger Harper, Trustee Richard Cronkleton, Trustee Nichelle Gainey, Mr. John Hudson, who is a former trustee, Dr. Archie Tucker, and then myself. So since the board training that was held in April, we've had 2 meetings. And in those 2 meetings, we discussed the AAMU Reimagine Initiative. If you go to the next slide, please. And just to inform everyone on the board and in the community, the Reimagine Initiative is where we are releasing limiting thoughts and imagining something greater. In order to change conditions in our mind, body, and affairs, we must first transform the pictures we are holding in our mind. Imagination makes its home in the body at a point between the eyes where we might think of its function as that of a third eye, one that enables us to see beyond what we normally take in through our 2 physical eyes. So the ultimate goal of this entire AAMU Reimagine Branding Initiative is to highlight Alabama A&M University in those media platforms such as Forbes, the New York Times, the Washington Post. And so our ultimate goal is from that branding initiative, possibly those philanthropists that are out there would be willing to give back or give to Alabama A&M University. And our ultimate goal is the total amount of $750 million. And this is aimed to move Alabama's largest HBCU to the forefront of education for the socially and economically disadvantaged. Go to the next slide, please. The purpose of our AAMU Reimagine is challenge A&M to view its future in an imaginative yet strategic manner. It's a board-led strategic initiative focused on identifying game-changing opportunities that will serve to significantly enhance our value proposition. And lastly, as a board and working with a previous media consultants or marketing consultants, we identified, they worked with Alabama A&M University and they identified over 60 initiatives. And if you go down a couple of slides, Dr. Nash, starting with the initiatives, next one. You can see that a lot of those initiatives are in the different areas or the different divisions of the university. Next slide, please. We have some with student affairs. We've identified some initiatives within academic affairs. We've identified some initiatives under marketing, communications, and advancement under information technology services. And lastly, in the community, right there, no, further down. In athletics and also in the community with respect to extensions. And so what we've done is we've identified a firm that has worked with Jefferson, who has a $1 billion campaign right now. So they've worked with Jefferson Educational Institution and worked with them on that $1 billion campaign. And so we thought that that marketing firm would be a good marketing firm to go on and use. Instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, use someone who's already shown that they have been effective in terms of collecting those dollars. And so we've signed a mini proposal with them to start off with this branding initiative. And so within the next 4 to 6 months, that is what we will be working on. And so we will start on some articles and some notification or marketing and branding material to put in Forbes, New York Times, the Washington Post, and those other type media platforms. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's, trustees, I definitely think this is something we can do. And I think we just gotta release our thinking inside of a box and really begin to think beyond what we normally do. Next item on the agenda is an update on the Presidential Search Committee from Trustee Watts.
Come in. Hello.
Are you ready, Dr. Ross?
Okay.
Mr. Chair, how are you? Hello,
Are you there?
can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
I'm here.
We can hear you now, Joe.
Okay, good, good. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is George Ross. I think I met most of the trustees when we had our listening session with the trustees, but a brief reintroduction for some of the people in the audience there. George Ross, I'm a senior consultant with Academic Search. In my second year in Academic Search, prior to that, I retired as President Emeritus of Central Michigan University, and I'm a past president of Alcorn State University in 1890 land grant. I have a partner with me on this job who could not make this call today. His name is John Garland. John has been with Academic Search in his 5th year. He was previously and retired as the President Emeritus of Central State University in Ohio in 1890 land grant. We're pleased to have the opportunity to assist Alabama A&M University in identifying its next president. We've met with a number of constituent groups across campus, including the Board of Trustees, the Search Committee. We had a session with the student leadership. We had a session with the president, just he, I, and John. We had a session with the president's cabinet without the president in that cabinet meeting. We had a session with the the faculty senate, and a session with the staff senate. And the purpose of these listening sessions was to get perspectives of institutional strengths and challenges as perceived by each of those major constituent groups, and also to get from those constituents what they believe would be the qualifications of your next leader, of your next president. All of this was put together and we prepared a profile. And that profile was returned back to the search committee, back to the board chair for edits and updates. The edits have been done. We work with your marketing people on photographs, which are incorporated into the profile. They were signed off on. We got approval on the profile this past Tuesday. We launched the search yesterday. And what launching means is the profile has been posted and we're beginning to post advertisements online. We will be in 7 online publications: the Chronicle of Higher Education, Diverse Education, the American Association of University Professors, the National Council for Nonprofits, Hispanics in Higher Education Jobs, Inside Higher Education, and Blacks in Higher Education. I want to assure you that while these ads are important, we believe what is critical are the sourcing letters that will go out in the coming days. And what they are letters to sitting presidents and vice presidents literally across the country, to every HBCU, to all institutions, public institutions of similar size, and to individuals we have contacts with over the years in senior positions. We'll be sending out between 2,500 and 3,000 sourcing letters in the coming days. We'll also take out some personal Rolodexes. John and I and other senior consultants across our firm will be sharing data and information on previous candidates and previous positions that we've done searches for in the past. We have finalized our calendar with the search committee. The search committee will meet in early August to review candidates at that point. They're looking to narrowed down a semifinalist list of 8 to 10 candidates. They will meet a second time after interviews with those semifinalists to prepare a recommendation of short list or finalist candidates, which will number probably 3 to 5. It's anticipated that these finalists will come to campus for on-campus interviews and meet with constituent groups across campus. Right now, we don't have any specific dates, but we're thinking towards the end of August for those on-campus interviews. Trustee Williams and Trustee Watts, I went through that very fast because I know we've had a long day, but I want to assure your board, assure the faculty and staff in the room that the search is underway. As a matter of fact, literally this afternoon, the first application came in. We expect many, many more. So with that, I'm going to be quiet and listen for questions.
I have a question, Dr. Ross. This is Trustee Gainey. I didn't hear you. I know you talked about the engagement, and I didn't hear if your firm got any feedback from the community, especially the business and industry in Huntsville. We all know that A&M is a very integral part of the fabric of Huntsville and its community. And with having the leadership in the direction of a great community partner in Dr. Huguini and having a legacy of 10 years, I want to make sure that in looking that we did engage some conversation with the business community and industry as to what that looks like as we're looking for an institution. So I heard you, I heard you say education, I don't know if you said alumni, students, Senate, but the religion community and business and industry community are very important to the fabric of this institution.
The groups that we talked to were starting with the search committee, then the trustees, student leadership, President Huguini himself, one-on-one with us, the President's cabinet, the faculty senate, and the staff senate. We did not have specific conversations with community or business leaders. And let me go back and slow down. The questions we were asking the constituent groups, which is typical on a search that we would do, we were asking about perceived strengths of Alabama A&M University, perceived challenges, and what these groups saw as qualifications they wanted to see in their next president. In the course of this process, after semifinalists have been interviewed, which you can choose to include in that interview process, members of the university community, in addition to members of the business of the governmental community. And also on the on-campus interviews, those individuals that are not specifically working for the university, the ones you mentioned, be they political figures or business figures, they could be included in the process at that time. But leading up to this point of the search, they were not part of the discussions on putting together the profile.
Dr. Ross, Trustee Williams, did I get those dates right? It's a 2-month opening for application.
We went live 2 days ago, and on the profile, as a matter of fact, if the chair will allow you to look at your mobile devices in the meeting, if you Google academic search and Google open searches, we list all our searches in alphabetical order. You will see Alabama A&M at the top, and you can Google the profile and take a look. So I'm answering that question with a statement. So please repeat the question. I'm going too fast here. Slow down.
Well, let me re-ask the question properly. Is it appropriate that 2 months is enough time for the opening application period and closing for this institution in terms of getting the best candidate? Second question on that, what happens if we don't have the best candidate in a search in the last 3 to 5 candidates? What do you recommend at that point?
On the period, and we were asked this when we spoke to the various constituent groups, Typically, we will keep a search, well, the application period for application to get complete and full consideration is typically 8 weeks. We've been asked to expedite this search. We listed on our profile, and you'll see it when you read it, that to get full consideration, applications have to be submitted by July the 31st, which is about 6 weeks out. We have found in the first 2 to 3 weeks of application periods, the supermajority of applications will come in. If we get to the end, for excuse me, for whatever reason, if there's some reason that Alabama A&M has not come to a decision on the next president, in our proposal to you, we will launch another search. But that very rarely happens, but it has happened in other searches that we have done over the last 50 years. I would suggest to you that as semifinalists are chosen, as finalists are chosen, the feedback from you all as a board of trustees, the feedback from the search committee, the feedback from the constituent groups typically will identify several candidates. And I think the harder choice is narrowing that down to the one that, in your mind, will best serve as your next president.
Yeah, and just to follow up to that, I think you answered it, but I'm not sure that I really understood. So what you're saying is throughout your 50 years, 8 weeks is what you're saying is the standard for a institutional president search. Also for an institution like this, that you expedited our search. And is that, in your position, is that a good attribute that we did that, expedited? And I'm not sure why we did that, or understanding if that was necessary, just to make sure that this thing's completely open. So I just really want to make sure I understand. So private institution, HBCUs, as well as public, 8 weeks is what you're saying is what has been a standard for you and your firm.
Okay, so let me, typically 8 weeks for the applications to get total full consideration. The search itself for a president can typically will go 4 to 6 months. But the application period, we will consider applications past July 31. We won't start looking if you've not decided on a candidate. But we've been instructed as we were hired to come on board that we're trying to get the search completed and a new president named hopefully early on in the fall semester, someone who can work with your outgoing president who will be with you until December, till the end of December of this year.
Okay, and just the last follow-up on that, I'm assuming the entire board is assuming that they wanted that expedited. I was not aware of that, so I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Well, no, I want to jump in, Trustee Frank. I think, this is going to be one of the most critical things that we do as a trustee and a legacy, is to make sure we do this right. I was not aware of why we're even expediting, why we're expediting this search so quickly. I don't know if this was done in executive committee. I'm just told by listening to the search firm that they were told to expedite this. I think when you're looking at the totality, and I still didn't really get an answer about the community involvement in industry. We got to look at this, guys. This is, not a hard sell. When you look at places to live, best places and best practices, Huntsville is a great place to retire. Huntsville is a great place to start a business. Huntsville has a safe and robust and dynamic community. So we need to do this right. So I guess I am unclear of why we're expediting this when the search firm says it takes typically 8 weeks. What is the rush? We are in good standing. I think we need to do this right. And I don't want to close out an opportunity of having some really great candidates. If we close the search out in the 30th, because a lot of people are looking for other jobs and not aware that we did not select, and we go back again, So somehow we're getting lost within the muck. So let's really think about this. The history of this institution is at stake. As an alum and a 5th-generation alum at this institution, it's very important to me. It's very dear to me that we do this right. And we did it right 10 years ago, right? So if we're going to continue the legacy of nurturing, right? They referred to HBCU in a present tense of a woman, as a nurturer. In order for our students to get the best education and continue to have a dynamic chief academic officer that we have now, I think we need to really think hard, trustee, because I was not in an executive meeting to decide to expedite this. And I guess you can hear the passion in my voice. We need to do this right. And I'm going to make sure that I do everything in my power as a trustee to make sure we do it right.
Well, the final question I have is, we have a 10-year legacy from one of the most astute presidents that has existed with HBCUs. And I'm just not clear, and Trustee Gainey said it, and I'm only 2 years on the board. Whatever happened to make that we expedited a decision, and Dr. Hughini's been there for 10 years. We have a legacy president. Why would we want to expedite something so critical with one of the most legacy-driven presidents in the history of HBCUs and not have it strategically done where the entire board understands? So maybe it's me, but I really want to make sure that we honor the man that has presented us with these previous 10 years and not tarnish the legacy going forward, to be able to have enough time for an entire board to have the ability to make sure we make the right decision, not one or two or subcommittees, but just the entire board to make sure we get this 21st century decision made properly. And I'm done now.
So I like to make this is Trustee Kevin Ball speaking. To Trustee Williams and Trustee Gainey, just to give a little bit of insight, just a statement. The decision that was made, we keep referring to the word expedited, that was discussed thoroughly through the search committee. As both of you are aware, we formulated a search committee where there are many different members on this search committee, where their trustees are involved on that committee as well. That was considered. Part of the discussion was that Dr. Hughini announced his retirement many months ago. So therefore, the thought was to make sure, as we're going through this process, was to first establish a process that would be fair, one, and two, would be long enough in order for us to identify a qualified candidate. During that search committee meeting, it was agreed upon that that 2-month period should be sufficient enough to be able to do so. So I respond to the two of you of giving you insight as to why and when that was considered. And like the two of you, I'm very passionate about this university as well. And Trustee Gainey, I share the same emotion to make sure we get this right. And however, I do believe the time allotment that has been recommended by the search committee is sufficient. And that's just one opinion from the search committee.
What I'm hearing is that it's not a recommendation from the search committee. They're told to expedite. I think his recommendation was 8 months. So unless I'm hearing something incorrectly, somebody.
No, may I expedite means to move forward expediently, not to delay.
No, I know the definition, but I know that, I know the definition, but he said 8 weeks is typically a normal time, and we are not doing it within the 8 weeks time. We're doing it in 30 days. So that's what I'm saying. Where did that come from?
Dr. Ross, would you give this perspective, would you give the spectrum of search time periods, long to short, please, if you have, that in your wheelhouse? You muted.
He's muted.
You're muted. Mr. Ross, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I can't kick this cough, and I didn't want to cough in your ears. And maybe I've caused this confusion. We do searches based on the wishes of the client. If I say to you, we're going to have a search period for the nominations, for the applications is a 6-week period to guarantee that the applications will receive full consideration. The total search is going to take longer than that. You still got to get through the interview processes at the semifinalist, the finalist level. You're still weeks and weeks down the road. An academic search, what I was saying when I was muted was I just completed a presidential search at a university, a private university it was in the state of Michigan. And we kept the application period to receive full consideration only open 4 weeks. I'm aware of other searches where the application period has been open a full 12 weeks. So I don't believe there's any loss in quality. I think there's more pressure, frankly, on us as a firm. But as far as affecting the quality of the candidates, that's a function of making the institution, telling our story, telling your story, and making you attractive. So when I'm talking to potential candidates, when John's talking to potential candidates, when we're talking to our colleagues at Academic Search, at the professional organizations across the country, we're selling Alabama A&M. Typically in a search, in the first 2 or 3 weeks, half of the applications come in. It's just the fact that we know in tracking data in academic search for 50 years. There's a lull typically after that. Within the last week, typically another 30–40% will come in. So it's you all's decision, obviously, but I don't think you lose anything in quality of candidates, whether the application period to receive full consideration is 6 weeks in this case, or 8 weeks, or 10 weeks. Majority of the applications are going to come in within the next 3 to 4 weeks. This is what we see.
Yeah, so Mr. Ross, just simple. So who told you to do this in 30 days?
And working with the search committee, I want to separate the application period from the search. The search started when we started talking to you all in constituent groups.
Yeah, you said you had a directive. I just want to know who told you to expedite this.
That was working with the search committee, with the search committee chair. The desire was to expedite to see if we could get finalist candidates on your campus by August when everybody's back to school. And hopefully the board could meet and make a decision sometime in early fall.
Dr. Ross, this
Yes.
is Trustee Smith. It's just, I think the overarching question is, do you believe in the allotted time period that you have, that you will be able to give us, do you believe in your expert opinion that you have an adequate amount of time to give us a quality candidate and a decent candidate?
The short answer is yes, and let me tell you why. Alabama A&M is a very, very attractive university, HBCU or otherwise, and I've been president of both. Based on my experience, and frankly, based on my colleagues' experience, there will be a lot of interest. The search I just finished in Michigan a month or so ago, we got 40 applicants. It could literally be double that here at Alabama A&M. Is that difference in the quality of the institution? So I think there will be lots of applications. I think there will be strong applications. I anticipate applications from sitting presidents at other institutions, from chief academic and chief financial officers from other institutions. I expect them from the HBCU community. I expect them from outside of the HBCU community. But you're a strong institution, you're a strong university. It will garner a lot of interest.
And if you allow me one more question, in
Sure.
terms of the marketing piece that you all are performing, what are some of the ways that you are marketing this? Because you said the application will close on July. I want to say, would you say July 30th? Am I correct?
Yes. Well,
Um,
the way it states, that's why I directed you to the profile. You can read it for yourself, but to receive full consideration, and that's on every job that we do. There's a time period to encourage the serious candidates to get the materials in.
And do you think, and are you using every available media outlet to get that adequately put out so that we can have a good pool of applicants?
Okay, I mentioned by name the 7 online spots where we'll be advertising. Actually, Inside Higher Education is typically the most productive, but Blacks in Higher Education, the Chronicle Higher Education, all those ads will run. Matter of fact, they're running starting this week. Our biggest source of top candidates comes from these sourcing letters and phone calls. We will get applications based on the ad, but we're going to get more feedback based on those almost 3,000 sourcing letters that will go out and the scores and scores of phone calls that John and I will be making as we proceed. I'll remind the
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Ross, just to follow up on the young man's question, does that mean that, is there any major outlets that we're missing? And then a follow-up question to that is, and maybe I'm outside the bound of asking this question, will we reach potential female candidates for president as well? And then also internal candidates that will be applying. Does that go down the same pool or does that get handed to you differently?
the gender of a candidate or whether they're internal or external candidates, they aren't handled any differently. They're candidates.
Perfect.
Dr. Ross, Chris Robinson. I want to
Yes.
ask that the first place it should have been, I guess, the question would be on the university website. So can you ensure to work with our folks to make sure it's on the A&M website, seeming that that's where that person or he or she will be employed, and it makes sense. It's an easy place to direct the person as opposed to those other different sites that I'm only aware of two.
I'll address that. I talked with, I sent hello, this is Trustee Wayne Watts. I sent the prospectus to our IT department.
Okay.
So he has it and it'll be posted. I'm not sure what day it'll be posted, but he'll get it up soon, I'm sure.
Let me say again, and partly to answer that question, we drafted the profile based on the input from all those constituent groups that we spoke to, but was given back to the university for edits, for accuracy, for tone. Once we received approval of the written copy, we worked with your marketing people on photos. We then took the photos, gave it to our designer. The profile was designed. We didn't release it. We sent it back to you all, again, to receive approval. And that included feedback primarily from the search committee. And once we received approval, we finalized the profile, and it's, and as Trustee Watts, I think, just said, it's available on your campus. I think it's a good idea to put it on your website. It shouldn't be that difficult to do. So
I just want to clarify for the record that the executive committee did not vote on the timeline. That was the search committee. Since, you know, we're keeping minutes on this. It wasn't the executive committee. It was the search committee that decided, or whomever decided on the time frame. My follow-up is, when you talked about the various phases of the candidacy and going from the 8 to 10 and then going to the 3 to 5. Now, at some phase, will there be a public forum before it gets to the board? And that public forum could be composed of the business leaders, the religious leaders, whomever. And this is my first presidential search, okay? I've done a pastoral search, but this is a different academic search. So, and if it's yes, will the questions be able to come from that particular audience? Let's say the second phase, when we get down to the 3 to 5 and they do the tour, they go before the public, they have certain folks on that particular piece that's not necessarily on the search committee. So clarify and kind of give some light on what that looks like.
For the search committee, there was a committee charge to the search committee. There was a code of professional ethics for the search committee. In writing, we asked each search committee member to sign off on it. The search will be confidential until we get to the short list or the finalists. We have asked search committee members to respect the confidentiality of the candidates they will see, confidentiality of their materials, which they will have full access to. And frankly, the reason for that, you will get candidates sitting in positions, be they president or provost or VP or the CEO of a not-for-profit. Until we get to the finalist list, all the other candidates are private. If you get down to 3 to 4 or 5 finalists, they are now public. The interviews, my understanding at this point, will be held on your campus, in person, by those finalists. Typically on-campus interviews are much like the Zoom interviews will do. It'll be by constituent groups. There'll be some open sessions. This person or these persons will typically meet with faculty leadership, staff leadership, executive leadership, student leadership groups. There'll be open sessions. Someone mentioned the community. We've done these where community organizations, alumni groups, governmental entities are involved. When I was interviewing for presidencies at Alcorn and at Central Michigan, I went through the same process. Everybody on campus who wanted to see and talk to me saw and talked to me. I talked to business leaders. I had to go to the State House in Lansing and talk to the governor. So all of that is possible with this search. You all will decide through the working with your search committee on which groups, and we're going to encourage you to make these finalists available to anybody who wants to ask them a question.
So
in person.
In my light, and maybe I'm not smart enough on this particular piece, but I agree with you. When we get to the 3 to 5 or the 2 to 4 or whatever it is, to protect the security of someone's employment. But when we get down to it and get to that 3 to 5, then everything's open. It's open. And so in your plan or in the search committee's plan, we, or me personally, I would like to see it laid out saying, okay, at this second phase, prior to the final scrub or getting down to the finalists, there will be a public forum. This public forum will consist of boom, 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 boom. And the public forum will be decided upon. This particular committee will get these persons to ask the questions, or is it you step up, you write a question, and you ask each candidate? I mean, what does that look like? That's what I'm trying to get to. I need the visualization of as we get closer, and I know what happens when it comes to the full board. That's when it really gets serious. But when we go to the public forum, there needs to be some type of logistics, some type of plan laid out so we're comfortable as we go through this process, because we're going to get the calls, we're going to get the emails on what is it, what are you doing, what happens next.
Chris, let me say something real quick, if you don't mind. And Mr. Ross, I apologize. You know, I just want to say a comment really quickly. I agree with the comment from Trustee Gainey. I know we all do, that as a body, as a board of trustees, this is going to be the most important decision that we ever make, right? We talked about this already when we met with Mr. Ross. This is going to impact legacies in future generations. This is vital to our community and the impact that we have on the state and the nation and our students. So we have to get this right. I think when we look at decisions in our life that we've had to make that are of the utmost importance, similar of magnitude, you never want to use the word expeditious or rush when you're making a decision that's so important. I think my feedback to the Presidential Search Committee would be that if we get to the end of this period, this time frame, and we feel that we need additional time, that the committee consider an extension. It's not unheard of, right? We want to be deliberate. We want to make sure we have quality. We want to make sure we have options. So that would be something that I would challenge to the Presidential Search Committee. The other thing I would say is, I think it is very important to Trustee Gainey's comments around Alabama A&M being part of the fabric of the community and the fabric of Huntsville, and the partnerships and the synergy and the relationships and the funding and the resources and how it's all connected and tied into the dollars that we get. It's important that we give key stakeholders a seat at the table. Maybe that is when we get that 3 to 5 candidate that we've narrowed in. And I've seen that happen where, you know, you invite in those individuals that are key stakeholders and you give them a seat at the table to be part of the process. And so that would be my challenge back to the committee as well. I know we all want to get this right. And so we just want to make sure that we don't be too expeditious with the process.
Yeah, Dr. Ross, just a follow up to Trustee Ginger. I think if you think of the things that the 3 trustees have just talked about, it is pretty obvious that expedition is going to resonate to state, local, and decision-making. And obviously, everything that we decide to do will have that, you know, kind of on its fingerprint if we don't kind of make sure we have an extension or some things that are in place to make sure that the board, as well as the search committee and executive committee, is making sure that they're making sure through you and your organization, taking the time to make sure whether it was 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, that we don't kind of put ourselves in a box and then all of a sudden we get to the final 3, you get to a board and then the board legitimately is at a standstill. And then we look back on how we got there. We got there because of somehow the search committee didn't have an option, or maybe the executive committee didn't think about, hey, let's make sure we got an extension if we don't have enough people. So we just need to really think that through, like Trustee Harper said, so that we don't put this the A&M in a box, state-wise, local, federal, and then all of a sudden we see why they look at us different, because we're making decisions quickly for a legacy decision.
Folks, I am open to all of that. I will work with the search committee. If you want a longer period of time for applications to receive full consideration, that's doable. Who your candidates talk to and speak with when the finalists are known, that's strictly up to you all. There are no limits on that. You should open it up to people that you think are key. So that is quite doable. Frankly, it's quite common. What isn't common, I spoke to it earlier, is having those conversations with the community business leaders and political leaders, putting the initial profile together. But we are available to serve at your wishes, and what you're proposing can be done. And I can work through the search committee to make that happen.
Okay. Dr. Ross, could you draft that something for the search committee on behalf of what we're talking about and maybe propose it, or how does that work?
I could. I mean, it's probably a conversation with me and committee chair Watts and my partner John to make sure we're clear and we can.
Trustee Watts, could you put that together for the board, since we have 3 to 5 board members that maybe want some extra things put in there?
And as a practical matter, it's really adjusting our working calendar. There's no really formal document outside of the calendar which will drive processes down the road, and we can adjust that. I'll work with Dr. Watts, Trustee Watts on that.
Okay, as the search committee chair, let me address the things that are on the table. the search committee has a responsibility. That committee is responsible for looking over the application that comes in, screening. There's confidentiality. Everyone that's on the search committee has to sign a confidentiality pledge in order to be on it. Because if you're gonna have sitting people, if our president went and interviewed somewhere else for another job, and then he comes back here, everybody sitting around this table is gonna have an attitude because he went to look for other employment. And that's what we have to guard against. Whoever submits an application has to be protected until you get down to those, until it becomes public, okay? Now, understand this. Whether we select a president today or December, we have a president until December the 31st of 2021, okay? We want there to be a smooth transition from when we select a president, where that individual comes in and there's a working relationship between the current president and that president as things start to transfer. Because usually at a HBCU setting, either the president dies or fired or is fired, then an interim is appointed, and that'll happen for 8 to 9 months. And then the president, the new president will be in place, and then it's gonna take another year, year and a half for them to even get their footing to see what's going on. So what we're wanting to do is whatever the Board of Trustees decide who the president is gonna be, that there's gonna be a period of time where there's transition, where we do not lose continuity, and we can continue on to build on the legacy that Dr. Hugini has done for the last 11, 12 years. That is the impetus behind everything. I know everybody's excited about this next phase. What excites me is the ability to make sure that all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed. We want the very best candidate for this institution that's possible, because we owe that to these students. And we got to make sure that we get it right. I agree 1000% with you. As we go through the process, because the search committee can't really talk about what's going on in the search committee, then the appearance is that, hey, I don't know what's going on. I'm on the Board of Trustees and I don't know what's going on at my university. The issue is there's only so much that can be said because of the confidentiality of the group. So everyone that's sitting around this table has a vested interest in this university to make sure that this university is the best it could possibly be. If that slate of candidates come in and the Board of Trustees say, you know what, we don't think these people are the people for us, then we start the process all over. We still have until December the 31st to make that happen. So I just want to clarify that we are all on the same page. We all want the same things. And the only way we're going to get there is together. And so we just have to understand that this is the process. Let's deal with the process. We're going to deal with all the issues that have to be dealt with. We can answer all the hard questions. And at the end of the day, we will have the best president for Alabama University.
Chairman Watts, I think that we all are agreed, with you, but and we're not trying to overstep your boundaries as a member of the committee, nor are we trying to ask for confidentiality.
Right.
We're just looking for standard procedures. When you say, well, when you mention expedite, typically searches take anywhere between 8 weeks or more. I'm just trying to figure out, why did we rush it to 30 days? Because we still will have enough time, even if we had 60 days, which Dr. Ross's firm is typically used to doing minimum. we still have enough time for an integration of a president. So we're not asking confidentiality. We're not asking about what you are discussing in the meeting. We just wanted clarity and transparency as to, all we heard was expedite. And so as a trustee, I want to understand when this is such an important decision and a legacy, why can't it take its natural process in doing it right?
Okay.
Well, Trustee Watts, and a follow.
In the field of education, you have to understand there are cycles, okay? When someone is going to be a president, there are a lot of presidential searches going on right now. People are making decisions about where they're going to go, what they're going to do. Okay? There's a pool of applicants to pull from. So we're talking about, if we're moving forward and we're making a decision, if we can make a decision at the fall, then some of the people that may have been on the table will still be there. If we get on into the middle of the fall, they've already made commitments other places. So you have to work within the academic schedule as well as what we're trying to do. So there are presidential searches. I don't know how many there are right now, but there are quite a few. And so we want to make sure that we get the best person available.
Well,
One more thing. I get that cycle and that, like you just talked about. All I'm asking is that if we get to the end of that period and we do not have the quality candidate that we need, that we look at an extension, so it's not rushed or expeditious. And I fully am aware, I've been part of other searches before about continuity. Dr. Guinea's not in here, he'd probably kill me, but there are cases where you can have someone remain as a consultant if they're agreeable and you work that integration. So yes, I realize December is the time frame of his true departure, but there are other options for that continuity, because you're right, we're not in a situation where there's a firing or a mass abrupt departure. So just want to make sure that we honor all of that and just take our time.
Oh, absolutely.
Trustees, could I say something?
Dr. Ross.
Like there's been a lot of assumptions that have kind of been built in. And so I just want to really make it kind of clear that I don't think anybody wants to do it wrong. I think everybody wants to do it right. And I absolutely agree with you. If we get to a point where an extension needs to be had, I think there's enough flexibility amongst all of us and wanting to get it right, that extension will be granted if there's a circumstance that it needs to be. Right. But it just sounds like this conversation is being had in a space where there are things that have been decided as true, in fact, that I didn't understand those things to be true.
Because that's,
and hard fact.
And not to interrupt, because that's what I was gonna ask, at what point at the very beginning of this, are we saying we're going into this doing this wrong? I just wanted to ask, where did this even come from? He just stated July 30, that's 6 weeks from now. And the search has already started. So we said 8 weeks. So
I think my only concern came from the expedite, and then again, being a local trustee, we have several folks ask, well, how come there's not a local representative on the search committee, and asking for key stakeholders and things of that nature.
Please, I need to apologize to the board because I used the term expedite. My bad. We do presidential searches in this time frame. It's not 30 days. We started working on this in May. It's about 3.5 months. Most presidential searches are 4 to 6 months. So my apologies for using the term expedite. Nothing changes in the processes. Nothing changes in the contacts. Nothing changes in the confidentiality of key candidates we will be speaking to. What changes is an application period, which can be extended if you want. But the process doesn't change. How we approach it, and it's critically important, folks, and someone touched on this before, as you go forward, conversation should not happen outside the search committee. If we violate, meaning our firm, the confidentiality of a sitting president, somebody gave that example, and she or he is compromised because of it, we're not going to be trusted anymore. We have to keep it inside that search committee until you get to a short list, present it to you as a full board. And you can accept or not accept that short list. But discussing back and forth as this process goes down, please keep that in mind. And I apologize for using the term expedite. We do them at different rates depending on the needs of the clients. That's why I gave you the example of one I just finished in Michigan, which was actually a shorter period than what's being proposed here. They were very happy with their choice.
Back to you.
Back to me. You all have any other questions? Trustee Williams, did you have something you were trying to say?
No, I think, Trustee Cole, Trustee Harper, Trustee Ball, Trustee Watts, I think we all answered it, and as well as Dr. Ross. Basically, I think we all understand that at the end, we're not assuming. Everybody's just really trying to make sure that they're being very temperament to make the right decision, just as well as Trustee Gainey. So at the end, Dr. Ross, you did indicate that once it gets to the end, if we all feel that there's some slight, we're not doing as well as we need to with the candidate we get, we just have to go back to the drawing board. I think that was clear in the end. Is that right, Dr. Ross?
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's all that matters.
You all choose the candidates. We don't choose them. We will put candidates in front of you, but that is your call.
At the end of the day, it's still the Board of Trustees that will choose the candidate. And it'll be done out of a pool of candidates that the search committee kept to screen for us. We do the selecting, we do the choosing from that whatever number 3 to 5 or whatever. And anybody that wants to apply can apply. And none of these potential candidates have had their resume sitting and waiting for the thing to open up. I mean, as Dr. Ross has said, we are that attractive offering. So, unlike some institutions that have to go and recruit candidates, I don't foresee us having that kind of challenge before us. I can imagine that. But anybody who wants to apply, let them apply.
Trustee, just one more. Dr. Clark and Search Committee Chairman, I just want to make sure if we put it on our particular site that it's not embedded. Some things are embedded on the university site. I would like it to be just a hot button or something.
There's a section that's there. Go ahead, Dr. Clark, I'll let you.
So we're working on putting it on the site right now.
Okay.
It'll be on the main page, on the carousel. Also within the hour, it'll be online.
But my thing is, I don't want people coming, hey, where is it? I don't know.
And those of us that are trustees have to make our constituents understand the process. This is a process. And the process involves the search committee doing the screening. And we are not making a choice or even vetting those individuals at this point. The search firm helped to do that for us along with the search committee.
And Trustee Cole, quick question, 3 to 5, is there anything that indicates how you get to 3 to 5? Is it based on a profile? And if I don't understand and I missed something, just help me understand 3 to 5. How may you get to 3 versus 5?
It depends on the pool, and that number is just a range of finalists based on hundreds and hundreds of presidential searches that academic search has done. We track all that data. It could be 4, it could be 6, but typically 3 to 5 on a short list is a typical range as far as numbers. We've done over 900 presidential searches. I'm happy to say that 93% of those presidents are in office 5 years or more. The institution will replace them. So it's just tracking data. That's the only magic about it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Ross, for that.
Apologies again for that term. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just apologies again for using that term. It's a different schedule, but my apologies for causing such an uproar.
Oh, no, you're fine, you're fine. If nothing further, if there's nothing further on the presidential search, then we will move on to Attorney Stakely, who Trustee Williams had some questions as it related to board tenure. So those questions have been sent to Attorney Stakely, and I think he has some information.
Yes, I just want to make sure that I address the questions.
Attorney Stakely, hold on one second.
Sure.
So you want him to?
Attorney Stakely. Can you log out and log back in?
Can I log out and log back in? I guess I can. I hope I can. Did I accomplish it? Hello? Dr. Swoop?
I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Can
you hear us?
Yeah, am I back in? I'm not sure who was asking me to log out and log back in. I've tried.